Whew, there you go. 3 buttons in a row. Go live on Twitch, YouTube, and announcement on Discord. So hello everyone. We got Gabby versus Monos coming up. I'm hyped for this set. The game details we do. Oh no, we don't have a draft. I got excited. I saw Classic Pro Stone, please. We don't have the draft yet. We do have the DauT Z40 Rex posted. But this is gonna be great. This is going to be amazing, and I've been looking forward to this one for a while now. Hope it didn't get rescheduled at the last second like some of the other ones did, but no, it looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. So welcome everyone. I'll see Twitch should probably do the auto ads in a moment. Maxos, hello Maxos. Oh Maxos, I'm working on getting flags back on the overlay. I'll have the flags soon. I'm doing pretty good. It is very cold here, Maxos, and I'm cold. I need a vacation somewhere warm. Yeah, I also have the fish trap video in the pipeline again. I had halfway edited that like a year ago, and I haven't had time to get back to it, but it's on the pipeline again. I have YouTube uploads I need to upload. And the 1000 Scar, good afternoon. And so once again, Twitch, it looks like it's gonna play an ad in about 1 minute. So if you don't want to see the ad, you can of course hop over to the YouTube stream, or you can also sub. Subs don't get ads, but you don't have to sell out. Fish traps. We all love fish traps. Oh, are you gonna be at Red Bull, Maxos? I'm gonna be there. So my plan is to do. We'll cast this. There's also Miguel Velesa happening at the same time. I'll cast the Rex of that, and then after that, I'll cast the Rex of DauT versus Z40. And afterwards, I might go and do a bit of map scripting. I have a couple of things I want to try out in an experiment, if you will, with bridges. The bridges, which I think is going to be pretty awesome if I get it working. Fixing a relic. Oh wait, I need to update the title. Thank you, Arbase. I updated my title on YouTube. So Gabby versus Monos. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Brady will be there. I haven't met Brady before. Hello, Old Man Willow. Thank you, Arbase, for letting me know about my title. Title definitely needs to say what we're casting, and not the relic that I've already fixed. In terms of map changes I want to make, I'm down to a very small tweak to relic positions on Reverse Acropolis that I'll look at tonight, and I think that's about it for the TTL maps. We've had a lot of games, and had a couple of bugs, but they haven't really mattered yet, so I've been happy with how it goes, and that means by the time we get to Platinum, hopefully we'll be through Platinum with no more changes. You're a Gabby fan today? I'm definitely a Gabby fan. So Arbase, where are these drafts? I got my eyes on game details, looking for the drafts. I see Arbase is typing. He's typing up a storm there. Using the markdown formatting of Discord to format the set name, the drafts. Oh, he's giving us Velesa Miguel, though. He's giving us Velesa Miguel. Give us the other set, Arbase. Arbase is debating us with the other set's drafts. It's a complete debate. Why did he PM it to me? No. Post it in the Discord, Arbase. Oh, okay. Arbase is doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing. He's learned. He's not going to share it until both players are there. Although I will see I need to potentially swap the order of players on the scoreboard. I played against Monos once, years ago. It was in the Sax Arabia tournament. I lost 3-0, but the games were much closer than I thought they'd be. Hello! There's a Monos song? Oh, is that what Old Man Willow's singing in the chat? The Mono song? I need to find the Mono song then. Oh yeah, that's right. There is a Mono song. Oh my gosh, it's just that was buried in my memory that exists. Lon's Basket. Hello, Baskets. How you doing, Baskets? Yeah, Gabby does play some team games. They play a lot of African clearing team games. Yeah, yes, she is. Yes, she is the highest rated girl who plays AoE 2 right now. She had some internet issues. All right. And one day, I might be able to convince Nadia to come back. It's been years. Last time they had a tournament, Nadia won. Like last time she and Gabby faced each other. That was a long time ago now. And do all the quests. Hello. I love those hello emotes. I need to get a hello emote. What is a quest hello emote? Oh, you won the team games together. Nice. It was good when you win the team games. Hello. Oh, how do I say your name? Mielm0281 over on YouTube, and Eric, hello, hello, hello. Your quest emote would be red? Why would it be red? Cyan's the color over here. I like Danny's high mangonel emote. Those are good. Oh, sunburnt? Oh, don't remind me of that. Maxos, don't remind me of that. Yeah, you dealt with me waking up in the middle of the night to go run to the bathroom and throw aloe and douse myself in it. I was so sunburned. That's not going to be the hello emote. That'll be the beach emote. Yeah, Basket saw that too. That was brutal. The worst part is, I even had we got an SPF 100, and I put a lot of that on, but the problem was we didn't get the spray thing. We only got the lotion. So when we went in the water and came out and we were on the beach for a few hours, I didn't like reapply it properly. And you could see that the handprints where I did and did not manage to reapply the sunblock. That was painful. It was like the sunblock was like, it was SPF 100 was apparently like glue. Like I just touched it. I didn't even get sand on me. I just had sand that like glued to the sunblock. Yes, that is very much the T West problem. I get very sunburned. Hello, but it animates from peach to red tone. No. Zemanos is in the voice chat. Gabby's apparently having a couple of internet issues, so she's trying to fix that and then get started. So she was also looking to replace her PC soon. Oh, this does resize more nicely. Also at 130%. Oh no, temporarily offline. Don't be offline. Hello, Happy Leaves. Yeah, it's let me see. Gabby Monos. Oh, no, I can't click it. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It does work. The arrows are still going kind of in a roundabout way. Let me see. Can I share this monitor? Everything is clickable. Well, let's see. Where's my display capture? If I do my other monitor, does this work? Yeah. You see, they kind of loop around a bit, which I guess makes sense. Maybe you should go like out this side and loop around. I don't know. The arrows do clutter it up a bit. I'm not sure what else to do though. I like the arrows, but they also loop around a bit. Yeah, is that doing my shortest path? Sort of, yeah. Don't worry. I've dealt with enough connections. Been trying to get the Rage Forest script to generate properly. I have much sympathy for trying to connect stuff. Oh gosh. Oh, that was so confusing. So my mouse cursor is over here on my left monitor, but that's in front of me on OBS. So I was like trying to click stuff on OBS and like confused at which mouse cursor was real. Could it be Dijkstra? I know a guy who was a colleague of Dijkstra's. He liked to tell the story of how Dijkstra was on a date with his fiancée, and he came up with the algorithm while walking to the restaurant. Who's been the most impressive, surprising player you've watched so far in Silver League? The most impressive has been Stark. He's 9-0. He's been absolutely dominating all the games. A surprising player. I don't know that I'm necessarily surprised by Silver League. I feel that this is a league where anyone can do well if they practice. Let me double check the standings real quick and see what we got. So yeah, we can do an overview of the standings as we're waiting for the drafts to get started. So we have Stark, as I said, 9-0, dominating everything. 3-0 over Moore, over Bad Koala, and this was the most amazing set of TTL so far. Stark, Bad Koala, then 3-0 over Deeker. He's still got Nawe and Dennis in his group, but he's looking pretty darn good so far. Let's see. Say My Name's also been doing well. I don't think that's too surprising. The Blue doing pretty well. Everyone in Group A is really good, but I'm not quite sure who's going to rise to the top out of it. Neo's been doing pretty well, too. Oh, my OBS is showing. Thank you. I didn't turn my display capture off. Or no, I set it on the wrong monitor. OBS is showing. Thank you. Now we can look at the standings properly. 9-0 for Stark. Let's see, Cosmonaut at the top of this group so far, but Gabby looking to move up with a win over Monos. Everyone has lost a set so far, so this one's still wide open. Same name, 3-0 so far. Same with Blue. What is Blue? Yeah, Blue already beat Neoz, who looks to be number 2 so far. So Blue in the driver's seat of Group A. I wasn't expecting... I didn't really have much expectation for Group A for who would come out of it, but nice to see Blue doing well. Alright, let's see. Do we have this draft started yet? Okay, Gabby's still having some internet issues. Is Gabby the favorite for the group? Arbe's telling me that they have internet issues. No, I'm committed to this one right now. I'm committed. I need some recs for later, Arbe's, because I'm doing... there's going to be server maintenance today, last I checked. Oh, and now that I'm thinking of it, server maintenance in 4 hours. Yeah, so if this set takes like 2 hours, then we got 2 sets of recs for later. Let me turn off my main menu mod, because that causes issues for the maintenance timer. Hooray. Hello, Uncle Vinny. Well, we're hoping it's a Gabby game. She's having internet issues. Hope she manages to get those resolved. So how's chat doing today? Hello, can anyone comment on the controversy surrounding DauT creating a league to compete with TTL, where DauT... Oh boy. DauT can do whatever DauT wants. He's DauT. How long are the maintenances usually? Like 2 hours. Can be longer, but usually they're shorter. The estimated duration. Okay, I can show you the estimated duration, because AUE2 gives us an estimate. Is an estimate of 2 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Oh, I wish they gave us something like 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 27 seconds. Be real specific. Be real specific for us. High hours. Yeah. Oh, there's no maps to vote for either. Latest news, additional features. And Zynon 2, thank you for the follow. So I guess we're still waiting for Gabby to try to resolve the internet issues. She can't log on into Steam right now. We might reschedule. Oh no. I've dealt with many internet issues of my own. Let's see, is the Miguel set starting then? Let's see, they're 4 minutes into her game of Valley. Valley, Slopes, and Stranded are the maps. Alright, what I'll do, I'll just get an ad out of the way, and then if the ad finishes and we still don't have Gabby around, then I'll jump into the other set. Because apparently they might reschedule, so unfortunately, we might have to do Velesa Miguel instead. But then after that, I'll do the DauT Z40 Rex. I was hoping to have 3 sets today. Yeah, well, I wanted to boost during the maintenance. Something to keep me going. Running out of steam. Airbase, I don't think maintenance can last -1 hours. Airbase also apparently claims that Japanese CA are the best. Best maintenance. I have a friend who solves Rubik's Cubes while juggling them, and one time he did a daylight savings competition where he started solving them before the clocks changed and finished afterwards, so he solved them in -55 minutes. Yeah, it was over well before it even started. Thank you, Goldfish Cola 1 for the follow. Alright, so I think what we're gonna do then is, because our base apparently is telling us they can't log in. I think unfortunately I still don't see them around. So we'll go to the other set then. We'll do Velesa Miguel. Does Velesa have 1 or 2 S's in his name? 1 S. 2 L's. So they rescheduled to tomorrow. Alright, so they rescheduled. Time to swap over, do the other set. And this will be, let's see who's on which side of the draft. Velesa. Miguel. Gold. And drafts. Alright, so first game will be Valley, then Slopes the home map for Velesa, and Stranded the home map for Miguel. Inca, the very first pick for Miguel, liking his American civs, Inca and Maya. So let's just jump right into Valley then. Oh, I need to update my YouTube title too. Velesa versus Miguel. I'll remove some of the extra eggs that I had. Let's go. And we are in. We are in. I won't speed up too much. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that beautiful gold mine for Velesa. It's like an upside down V for Velesa. So, looks like Gabby and Mono is rescheduled for tomorrow. So we'll go with Velesa and Miguel. Velesa will be the blue Vietnamese to the southwest. Miguel will be the red Maya to the northeast. This is Valley, a map that now actually has a valley, and a valley that is filled to the brim with hares and chickens and deer. Oh yeah, get your carrots in the chat. Perfect. Oh, he's gonna have a mining camp right here. That's gonna be absolutely beautiful. I have seen, I think it was one of the sudden disaster games on Akare, the upside down V. Yeah, this is also how I place things. I don't clump them up the same way DE's Arabia does. I give them room to flow around a bit. So Miguel has to be worried if he scouts that gold and sees, wow, Velesa's going to have the perfectly shaped gold. Now the gold is pretty far forward, and it is a tall task to wall on this map. Yeah, but he does have another gold in the back, again, hard to wall. Now we have seen this map go 2 hours and run out of resources. And no Persians here. The Maya do have longer lasting resources. The Vietnamese will have paper money. And the Vils will be chopping at the lumber camp down here. I love Miguel's wood lines. Oh yeah, he's got the good old Black Forest-esque wood line. How did they spawn that close together? No, hold on. This is weird. Let me bring up my map scripting. How did that wood line, why do they only have a one-tile gap between them? What the heck happened there? Oh, hold on, I gotta alt-tab and look at Valley now. TTL, let's see, scripts, TTL5, Valley. What is that wood line doing? Okay, let's see. First, no changes. Train generation. Spacing to other terrain types of 5. It should space to the forest. Yeah, these should space more. Oh, I know what happened. He must have had 3 player wood lines, and then one of the map wood lines just spawned near, and the player wood lines aren't spaced. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's just wood line jank. That's just, thanks, AoE2 wood lines. Surprised you like the Vietnamese more. Well, let's see. Miguel does like, I mean, he's very experienced at playing the Maya, right? He's been playing them since AOC. When we have an S-tier tournament with a Wonder victory. Whenever Regicide Rumble becomes S-tier. So if Velesa trying to break in with scouts, he'll hoover around, try to get through the palisade, but some extra building comes in, and the scouts are forced out. Miguel's still booming. He does have a couple of stone piles inside of his walls, should he want to go for plumes. I'd love to see some good old school plumed archer play. Clutching for Velesa as the archers come forward. And clutching also on the way for Miguel. Miguel idle TC. 51 seconds. Not ideal, not ideal. But at least he did have that extra build from the start by virtue playing the Maya. Scarab was killed by the archers. And we'll have another farm for Miguel. The archers will be camping the hill. And padded archer armor for Velesa. And Miguel gonna delete a wall to retreat the archers. Velesa won't break through there. Now some Eagles on the way as Miguel is using the market to sort out his economy. And the Eagles will want to come out of the barracks and probably deal with the skirms. He wants something to do with the skirms as a combination for the archers. Velesa just chilling at home, sending his army forward, walling, happy with all the map control in the world, and able to add in his farms with his eco upgrades. Miguel still using the market. Velesa hasn't used the market himself yet. It's been all Miguel so far. That will introduce some inefficiencies for him, but he will have the better timing for going up. Did sell the stone. I'll queue one more Vil. This Vil's by the mill. Farming away, but pretty risky for them to be out there. Especially if the scouts were to break through. And low HP Vil hit by the skirms. All those Vils out there. Low HP on the berries and the farms, so... a bit of a disruption to the food eco, but he finally is able to click up. And we'll be up a bit faster than Velesa, but Velesa himself isn't far away. And does pick off a Vil out by the berries. Those weak Vils have to be careful. And Velesa's up 20 seconds behind Miguel and hasn't had to use the market. And we have caught up to live time. Lovely. Yeah, so again, sorry for the delay. We're hoping to do the Gabby mono set, but then Gabby had some internet issues, so they rescheduled that for tomorrow. And luckily there were 2 sets at the same time. So after this, we'll do the DauT Z40 Rex. And Eagles will pop out of the barracks. And fend off the skirms. Are the Eagles with the hill bonus enough to win the fight? I think they are. They do have their armor. And that one getting peppered by skirm javelins. Scout able to run away for now. Eagles might be able to pick off the scout. And yeah, nicely done for Miguel to pick the scout. That's the most valuable of all these units because it has more line of sight. Has the speed and the vision to scout, as its name would imply. So another scout on the way. And Miguel wants to pull the Eagles back. Eagles, they do get a boost +3 attack once they hit the castle age. So you do want to keep them alive until then. Haven't seen anyone eat the food in the center. Do you think it's just not considered worth it? Have you seen a game where someone successfully ate from the middle? I've seen a couple of games where players have taken the middle, like they pick Armenians and go longswords. They become very aggressive games. Well, what's interesting about the map is if you take the hunt, you can have a very aggressive game, and I've seen games that last 15 minutes. And then if you don't take the hunt, because of the hills, it actually becomes kind of hard to push. My thought with the hill was, oh, people are going to be taking the middle, let's make it easier to push them off by giving their opponent a hill bonus, but that has not worked out. I guess sleep platinum before we judge the maps. Well, I mean, it's not like these are low-level players, right? Like Miguel, Velesa are certainly really high level. I think we can get a good idea of how they play out. And Velesa denied from a TC. Won't get the quick wall up, and the Eagles get in. Squires on the way. They just had their armor finished, and they are Eagle Warriors. Archers getting in on that back wood line. The Eagles will be picking off the skirms. So I felt like Velesa got off to a much cleaner start in terms of his economy. Still is up in res collected. But now struggling to fight the Eagles, but that struggle might end once Fire Lancers come out, and immediately he's queuing Fire Lancers, but leaving 3 Vils outside at the same time, though crossbows break in through the front of Miguel's base, and Miguel has to run off of his gold. And Fire Lancer going to hit an Eagle, as Velesa will garrison his TC. He'll reach the gold to find it abandoned, and wouldn't be the hardest wall for Miguel to move over to the stone and keep this safe, but so far not walling. The Eagles fended off by the Fire Lancers. 3-1 Vil KD for Velesa. He doesn't get much HP on that house, though. The crossbows might be able to break through. Although Mangonel is coming forward for Miguel. And what type of shot will that Mangonel get? Will it get a shot? The Eagle still being chased by 1 Fire Lancer. And Vil's in the wood line going down. Let's see, what type of shot will Miguel get? Velesa's... He microed in and out of that shot and somehow dodged. And nearly wanted the shot to land, but Velesa said no. And Miguel sending quite a few repair Vils, also looking to retake the gold. Gets a bit of a shot. Their army's lower on HP. Eagles still fighting Fire Lancers. And Joe Pape, thank you for the follow. And the crossbows will wander around as the Vils mine the gold. Mangonel shooting at the crossbows, finally gets another good hit. Needs one more hit. Velesa just walks in a straight line and dodges. gets out of the way again. Those repair bills will keep the mangonel alive. And a few eagles will come help clean this up. And nice mangonel shot on the crossbows there. They will be cleaned. So Velesa finally removed from Miguel's base. At the same time, though, he now is 3 TC booming and is 12-13 villagers ahead. Miguel only 1 TC. Needs to do something with extra eagles and siege now to continue applying pressure. We'll have cav archers on the way from the Vietnamese. Cav archer, fire lancers. Of course, the Vietnamese, one of those and fire lancer civs where their archery units and fire lancers get 20% extra HP. Was there consideration given to nerf the fire lancer as well as the siege tower? Not really. The siege tower was... As much as the fire lancer is strong, it's not necessarily silly like the siege tower was. I think the nerf was more because it was absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, if you're up to me, I'd just remove the fire lancer from the game and give Chinese their camels back, but Microsoft's gotta shove stuff into their DLCs, I guess. I nerfed the fire lancer by nerfing the siege tower in some ways, I guess. Well, as we can see, they're still pretty darn strong. Now, Cav Archer Fire Lancer should be a great combo for fighting eagles. Question is, can Miguel land a good shot with the mangonel? And I think the answer is no. Velesa is dodging. He's avoiding everything. The mangonel is destroyed. Only the scorpion remains. The eagles all go down. And Miguel will call the GG after that. Velesa... Honestly, I think the Vietnamese dominate this Civ matchup now with the Fire Lancer. Remove the Fire Lancer from the Vietnamese, and they struggle mightily to clean the eagles up from Miguel's early raid. But give them the Fire Lancer, and suddenly they have an answer to that, especially with all the extra HP. So we look at the stats here. It'll be 41 to 40 KD for Velesa, but had significantly more military during their Castle Age transition period. And that helped him pull ahead in economy as Miguel was constantly reacting to Velesa's army. Remove them from the game. I'd love to. Yeah, I do personally also like the Vietnamese in that matchup. And let's see, we have 1-0 for Velesa. Now, I'm not sure what shape either of these players are in, but Velesa's actually looked pretty darn strong so far in TTL from what I've seen. That's a win for the Vietnamese and a loss for the Maya. And good draft for him to have the Vietnamese. And Stranded will be our next game. It'll be Velesa picking the Wu and Miguel picking the Dravidians. We'll have a minute 15 spec delay. Did I make all of these maps? So none of the maps were originally mine, but I edited all of them for TTL. My hope is by tomorrow I'll have the map name on the, or the map author also on the overlay. I'm gonna do some more image editing to put over Capture Age. For a much more interesting Civ before the Fire Lancers can now solve all their problems. Yeah. It's one thing where the Chinese got them, and the Chinese lost the camel, but the Koreans and Vietnamese don't have any corresponding nerf to the fact that we're given an extraordinarily powerful unit. I mean, here's the question. Well, what's actually stronger, the War Wagon or the Fire Lancer? Because usually you think of the unique unit as being extra strong. There are a couple counterexamples. Maybe the Franks with throwing Axemen is not as strong as the Paladin. But there's usually a very good particular strength to it. And the War Wagon is one of the strongest unique units, but now it's completely dwarfed by the Fire Lancer. I think they're harder to counter, yeah. It might not be individually stronger, but I think much harder to counter. They're stronger than Paladins? They are. I mean, the Fire Lancer is something that probably shouldn't come out of the barracks. It should probably be a unique unit. I could imagine it being, say, like the Jurchen unique unit instead of the Iron Pagoda. And then you get rid of the melee Shravamshrider unit. And instead and then you could justify it being really strong if it comes from the castle. I mean, compare it to infantry unique units like, say, the Woad Raider or the Berserk or the Teutonic Knight. maybe those units win individually against the Fire Lancer, but they're much easier to counter. They should have come out of Age of Mythology. The Iron Pagodas come out of Age of Mythology, just like the Shrivam Striders. Anyway, we'll have Velesa. He'll be to the north as the Blue Woo. Miguel will be to the south as the Red Dravidians. And he'll immediately get that extra pop space from constructing the dock. Won't need to do a house like Velesa did. And the instant dock is great here because you start with a fishing ship on this version of Stranded. I'm debating whether you should start with a fishing ship or not, though. Part of me thinks just start with nothing and the shipwreck. I was also debating having a sinking Gaia transport ship right off the start. I don't know if that would be fun for the players. By the time we load into Capture Age, we'd never actually see it. Hello, Mouse Puddles. Fire Lancers is greater than War Wagons because they come from a barracks instead of a castle. That too. But even putting that aside, I think the Fire Lancer army is probably harder to counter than the War Wagons. And hello, interests over on YouTube. Let me make sure I can see my YouTube stats. I wish Capture Age didn't blink whenever I alt-tabbed. And so this version will have a couple of hills. And Cannoneers eat Fire Lancers. Individually they do. But I think it's difficult to use Hand Cannoneers in a combo with Fire Lancers against Vietnamese and Koreans who both have really good skirmishers. And also Koreans have the keeps to keep the Hand Cannoneers away. So what do we see in this matchup? I'd imagine the Wu would like to go Jian Swordsman, but Dravidian Longswords could potentially be a counter to that. Well, maybe Velesa goes for his own Longswords just by himself. We had that discussion the other day about the Jian Swordsman, that since they heal, and they have two different modes that crosses whenever they cross the threshold. If you convert a Jian Swordsman, you could actually convert one, get it to cross over that threshold as the Dravidians, and then if you have Woot Steel, you can get Woot Steel for the Swordsman. I'm pretty sure that would work. And even if you convert one that is in itself already low HP and healing up, you could, like, mangonel it to drop the HP and then heal it with a monk. Maybe that should be a video, like which civ has the best converted Jian Swordsman? Dravidians with Woot Steel, Malians with the Pierce Armor, Japanese ones that attack faster, Aztecs with Garland Wars, Burmese with their attack bonus. Lots of different Jian Swordsmen you can get with conversions. Might not matter in a 1v1, but imagine a free-for-all game, like a Diplo game, where you set yourself to enemy with someone just to convert a bunch of Jian Swordsmen and then mangonel them and heal them as a bit of a sling. That's gotta happen someday. I think the Rathas might even be simpler because they swap modes. Oh, that's a good one. Who is the best converted Rathas? So Velesa will be house walling, keeping his close elephant nearby. He lured the far one. And leave the close one there for later. Adding in 4 fishing ships versus 5 fishing ships. Miguel slightly ahead on the fish. As the Wu, Velesa will get the food when he does the dock. The tooltip still says 65 food. It really is 55. Maybe the DLC can fix that. Mongol Rathas would fire faster? Yes, they would. And they would also get thumb ring, but then they wouldn't get pikes. So that might be... Well, what's faster, Mongols plus thumb ring? Or pikes? Probably Mongols plus thumb ring, but I think that only applies to the ranged mode? I wonder if it would apply to the melee mode. Mongol War Chariot. Oh, those swap modes too, but the Mongols don't have redemption, so they can't convert those. Turk Ratha with Sipahi with extra HP. I wonder if that would apply. Yeah, we'll have to experiment. We'll have to experiment. Since we don't have as many wrecks, maybe we could just do some experiments during server maintenance. So Miguel, he's doing an experiment of his own, going for this forward dock. We'll wall in the Ville. Remember, you don't have a scout on this map, so you don't... This is maybe a map where you could skip walling in the Ville, but I guess he doesn't want to end up in a Ville fight. He's not going to be like the Viper and wait for the very last minute to wall. He will preemptively wall. Velesa, a player who also usually likes preemptively walling. Whenever he catches the faintest scent of a militia, you'll see all of his berries, lumber camps covered by palisades. He's got a good number of water buffalo on this map too. And this is V3 of Stranded. I did push an update last night. And if you go around the outside of the map, you see there are these individual stone tiles scattered about. And there are... The stones themselves have a minimum distance where they're not allowed to spawn by forests. And here it's still kind of a thing, but sometimes the forests were so dense that they weren't letting stones spawn. So I simply had a couple of different checks where I place stone and then check again with a lowered minimum distance to fill in gaps, so that it's a bit more consistent. Yeah, a stone over here, you can see it's 2 tiles from a forest. This stone wouldn't have spawned on the previous version. So if you're wondering what V3 is, it's just stone is now more consistent and not as restricted by the forests on the beach. It did make it a bit unfair, as sometimes one player wouldn't have a stone. So this here is probably about as big of a gap as you'll see now. It's not necessarily adding more stone to the map, but it's just the stone amount could vary quite a bit, and this is keeping it more near the maximum of what was possible. So a nice rhino lure there from Velesa, leaving some palisade foundations out there. The more rhinos you bring in, the better your eco. I wonder if we'll ever... There are so many maps with hunt in this map pool, and I'm realizing that as I'm casting. Oh, Velesa, don't lose a Vil. That was close. I wonder if we'd see Mongols on this map. I mean, decent unique unit. They could always go for Steppe Lancers, too, if they have a ton of food. And forward dock, though, from Miguel, and that is pushing the fishing ships back from Velesa. Miguel is up faster, and he is doing loom. So Velesa going for a fast castle. He will have the forward blacksmith. But Miguel, for the faster feudal, will be disrupting the fishing ships. And Velesa ahead in eco for now, but if his fish are all disrupted and Miguel is fishing smoothly, he will pull ahead. So double forward dock. Also a side dock. Well, Velesa had gone for a side dock, but Miguel also side docked. So Miguel winning the water, and quite handily. As we have double bit axe from Velesa, he's going to go Blacksmith Market and click up. What do the Woo do Blacksmith Market? They have great Castle Age monks. They miss Heresy and they'll miss Block Printing and Imp, but in the Castle Age, Redemption, Atonement, Sanctity, Fervor, Devotion, everything that they would want. So it could be a Monk Rush. If it were Jin Swordsman, we might want to see a Barracks by now. Archery range for Miguel, and, well, there is said Barracks. Miguel were to go forward with that archer now, maybe he spots that. There's a chance he spots that. Or the archer does need to go forward, though. Maybe Miguel's waiting for a buddy to team up with the archer. Or maybe the archer just can't pathfind. Maybe he just can't pathfind. Oh, but no, he's maybe patrolling? Oh, where he goes, he can deny that. He's so close to denying it. Oh, Miguel, 1 tile off. Miguel, no. Go forward. Is that archer patrolling? Is it going to walk back and forth? Oh, the barracks finishes, and he doesn't see it. Miguel, now you see it. Oh, you'll stop the second barracks. You'll stop the second barracks. There, and enough time before Castle Age comes in and Jin Swordsman comes out. Second barracks has to be at home. So Miguel stops some of the pressure that could have been forward on him. This is also something I did for Stranded. I made the hills in the middle more even. There are different hill spawns. There can be 2, 3, or 4 hills with some flat area on top. And I evened it out so that one player doesn't have a huge hill in front of their base and the other doesn't. Ah, well, Miguel almost denied the barracks, denied one of them, but now still has to deal with the GN swordsman. They have extraordinarily high pierce armor, so archers don't deal with them. Instead, he is probably going to want to go longswords. I'd imagine Dravidian longswords are the way to go. They are much slower than the Jin swordsmen are. But he can start amassing men-at-arms once he clicks up. And then at least have something that can fight them. Because otherwise, if you're feudal, what are you going to do in feudal? I don't think you can amass anything else in feudal and take a fight. I think you kind of have to go for the men-at-arms at this point. Why don't they run the Ville to Narnia? Running back towards base is just value for the archers. You mean run them to the side so the archers don't run to your base? Maybe that could be a good idea. I think that's always an it depends on the situation. Crazy how much water buffs the score. Hello, Harry. And there's the Gen Swordsman. And there's the Man-at-Arms upgrade. And now the problem for Miguel is what military does he do on the way up to the castle age, because he's still a long ways away, and that will have to be Men-at-Arms, his only choice. Archers fended off, didn't really accomplish too much. He has destroyed 8 fishing ships, and he himself could add in more fish and keep fish booming. But it'll at least be double barracks Men-at-Arms into longswords as an opening for him. And that castle, 15 vills inside of it to try to shoot the Jin swordsman, even with fletching, but that guy takes quite a few arrows before he goes down. New phone keyboard. With all the prediction we can do with LLMs these days, you'd think autocorrect on phones would be better than it is. Now, Mangonel push here from Velesa. Armor for Miguel. This barracks will go down. I don't think he can save it. And here, Velesa very wisely using an attack ground on the barracks. If he were just to right-click, the Mangonel would hit the closest edge of the barracks, and he'd be doing damage to his Jin swordsman. Here's attack grounding the middle. And Velesa, how many fishing ships does he have? 0. How many does Miguel have? 9. So he has the water, has a great score because of it, and he's trying to research long swordsman. Counter to the long swordsman here will be the siege. So if Miguel can pull the Jin swordsman away, get a couple of reinforcements out, he might not care about fighting with one scorpion nearby. And if the scorpion comes too far forward, then Miguel can think about charging the Mangonel with villagers. But Velesa, probably wisely, will group everything up again. Try autocorrect with both English and a native language at once. Yeah. German messages can mess with my autocorrect too. So here we have the longswords. Longswords running at the Mangonel. Scorpions on the hill. Longswords will break off. Miguel, good effort to split the army up, not take a Mangonel shot, and destroy the Scorpion. Scorpion pushed back, and down it goes. Down it goes. And the TC will be hitting the Gen Swordsman. Swordsmen have to force the longsword back. Longswordsmen will fight right underneath the TC fire and force the Gen Swordsmen away. Meanwhile, they're pushing forward, going to destroy the monastery. And they're going to say, we know how scary monks can be. We're not going to let you create any. 3 relics also in the middle of the map on the forest area. And nice Mangonel shot, but doesn't quite hit the swordsman. I thought that was going to connect for a second, but doesn't quite land. And the swordsmen don't know where they're pathing. Some go after the Mangonel. They take the Mangonel down, but sacrifice some of their lives to do it. And the long swordsman can go attack the workshop. No arson yet for Miguel. No arson. Oh, you know, I just had the best idea. Chat, I had the best idea. What if, when I click on a longsword, over here, right, you see all the text and capture age, everything that can apply to them? What if when I clicked on a longsword, like down here, we had all the tech icons, and it showed which were active, like which of the blacksmith techs affecting the longswordsmen were active? Maybe that'd be too much clutter, maybe that'd be too much. That'd be cool, I could click on it and we see what's applying to it. They have to be pretty small. That might be worth trying out. It'd be awesome if you knew what they all meant. That's what I think about the Civ icons. At some point, I'm going to replace these icons up here with unique units, and then I'll know what they are. And the Civ icons will still be by the score for the people who want them. And down here, I'm thinking of getting rid of the Civ icons, and I'll put, like, player flags. Because all the Civ information I'll keep up here, then it'll be, like, player info here, and score will just be the score. Clutters and incomprehensible for new viewers. Unique units are even worse. I think they're probably bad for the new civs, but good for the classic civs. As the Jin Swordsmen get over by the lumber camp. The thing about the unique units is you at least learn what they are while you play the game. The icons are just in the menus. And Jin Swordsmen getting a nice separation from the longswords and fighting a couple of ills. And that's their advantage, when even in their slow mode, they're faster than the longswordsmen. And this guy, very speedy, carrying the sword up and down. Longswords can't catch them. My other thought was if I click on a building, right, like I click on the blacksmith, I should then see the blacksmith text. And then maybe it's good if they're up there. I don't know. I always like UIs not being cluttered, though. I'm a big fan of less information. And Jin Swordsmen running for the Mangonel. They will take down the Mangonel, and then they'll try to speed away from the longswords. This is a ton of Dravidian longswords from Miguel. And he needs to push some monks in defense. Longswordsmen pretty cheap and numerous, so not that valuable to convert. Maybe still Miguel might want to opt for devotion. Remove the icons and play the Civ jingles so you can be better at trivia. And Mangonel now attacking the TC. The TC far enough back. I'm not sure if the Mangonel is on the hill. That circle looks a bit like an ellipse, so I'm going to say on the hill. Like tilted, kind of. So I'm going to say that Mangonel has a hill bonus. And Redemption plus Fletching both on the way for Velesa. And he's going to go for a third TC. He says, okay, I see your longswords, I see your Mangonel. I'm just going to boom. I will boom. And at the same time, I will raid you again with more Jin Swordsmen. These villas are not walled. There are no longswords to protect them. And they're going to have to go for a very long run back to the TC. They don't even have wheelbarrows. They don't have a speed boost. And they will be picked off as they go. The Wu have great Castle Age monks, and they do indeed have Redemption. Redemption to try to stop the Mangonel push. And they have everything in the Castle Age aside from Heresy. They just miss block printing and Imp, so they fall off quite a bit in Imp with that block printing. Otherwise, they're great monks. And Miguel getting under the TC. And some good Mangonel shots, as long as he doesn't kill his own longswordsman. And the Vils will try to repair the TC, as the monks get killed by the longswordsman. The TC got a bit of HP back. Now Miguel's still pressuring. He has two Mangonels now. And the Vils are ejected again. Longswordsmen don't get hit. And TC down. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farms. So what's that? 420 wood denied. And the Mangonels can get a double shot on the monk who he dodges. Oh, right-clicks the farm. And instead of running away with the Mangonel, the farm gets right-clicked. Longswords now charging down the monks. I'm sure a few conversions will come in. But ultimately, the longswords will press forward and make their way to the next TC. Well, that's actually a pretty good number of conversions. Actually, hold on a minute. That's a good number of monks. Double monastery monk defense against longswords. This is one of those matchups that I think goes either way. If you have the eco to pump longswords, you overwhelm the monks. If you don't, and your numbers stay small, the monks get conversions and then they recharge. When it leaves or when it lands. Nowadays, it's calculated when it leaves. Originally, it was calculated when it landed. That was the old Mangonel delete bug. Where if you deleted the Mangonel, the game wouldn't know where to calculate from. And it would just apply the normal bonus instead of giving you the downhill penalty. That was for every unit, too, and that's been changed now. I'm pretty sure it's if the elevation where it hits is compared to... I'm pretty sure the elevation where it hits is compared to the elevation where it was shot. Mangonels. One Mangonel converted. One Mangonel converted. One took that Mangonel shot to the face. Yeah, Mangonels to the face are not pleasant, but less unpleasant if you do have Sanctity, so you can tank one shot. And Velesa, though, overwhelmed by longswords. Longswords, they've destroyed one TC. They're under all 3 of the TCs, and he will call the GG. Nicely done from Miguel, and thank you so much, Lexi, for the raid. Welcome to Velesa, Miguel, and we're going to have a 1-to-1 set heading into Game 3. GG, and well done, Miguel. 68 to 37 kills. Velesa resigned 1 kill short of a nice number, and 1 kill more than a meme number. More res for Miguel too. Getting those fish early on helped power him in early castles. He was being attacked. Looked a bit scary during that castle age transition as he was trying to get the men-at-arms out. But did manage to get that second barracks, and I think that second barracks was key. So he could have army numbers enough to push back Velesa's early siege push. And once he destroyed that early siege, he had the momentum to push forward with the fish. Lots of fish, taking every fish in the sea. Yeah, Miguel will always be the people's champion. Apologies for playing an ad right after the raid, but I do want to make sure we don't have these during the games. So I'm just going to do 1 minute there, and we will have Miguel tying it up. He will win his home map of Stranded, leaving Slopes as game number 3, as that will be a win for the Dravidians and a loss for the Woo. And Slopes, what do we have here? Byzantines, Lithuanians, and Magyars, the options for Velesa. Inca, Portuguese, and Romans, the options for Miguel. We've seen the Inca a few times on this map. Byzantines Inca could be a fun matchup. Velesa ignored water completely after he was pushed off of it. Yes, Hello Gab. Saw Velesa in the title. You want the cube mods? Does Velesa still use a cube mod? Oh, where am I? I'm trying to find the dashboard. And Slopes in the lobby for Slopes. Why is Twitch throwing a huge banner up? I'm sorry. Watch on YouTube if you don't want ads. I'm sorry, sentient sloths. I get lots of sponsorship things through Twitch telling me every so often they'll pay me a few $100s to play Roblox, and I'm just like, no. Or then lots of various mobile games. I'm just like, no, my viewers are better than that. So Twitch actually tells me, my favorite Twitch ad once, I was watching an Ornlu stream, and the ad was a PSA not to park my car on the railroad tracks. I don't know why Twitch thought that when I watched Ornlu's stream, I needed to learn that. But I did. I already knew it, but they just reinforced the knowledge that parking your car on railroad tracks is a bad idea. So, no, I'm not going to sell out the viewers. No. Did I hear Raid Shadow Legends? I have lots of sponsorship opportunities for that. My favorite, though, are... Let me see this. Let me bring up one of these emails. I get these emails that, are clearly not AI generated because they're so bad that an AI wouldn't generate this so poorly. This is one of my favorites as they open the game. I just gotten this. Let me show you this one because this is hilarious. This is freaking some. Let me not show the... Oh, I showed it already. Hi, this is addressed to me, ZZ Test Brian. My name is not ZZ Test Brian, okay? That is not my name. Thank you for addressing this. It's been a little while since we last connected, so I wanted to check in and see if I have any current job openings that need to be filled. This was wonderful. This is... I get stuff like this all the time. It is amazing. So, do I have any job openings that need to be filled? I don't. ZZ Test Brian? I guess that's my name now. It could have at least called me ZZ Twest Brian and gotten the name somewhat accurate. my stage name. ZZ Top West. So, boar shot by the TC. And Miguel over here taking a boar. Ibex. Oh yeah, also there are new llamas now. There are alternate llama colors. So the Inca here have the brand new llama we can all admire. Is this my new name? Hello, Smiley.
Ari?
I'm tempted to respond to that email as a joke, but I don't want them realizing that I respond. Llama looks much horse-like, chunky. So ibex being pushed in. Again, this map we added the ibexes here, but only one single ibex, and we have a bunch of hares. So if you want to take the hunt, you have to go out and grab the hunt. You can't simply push 4 ibexes in the Dark Age. You can push 2, but that's it. So Eagle for Miguel. Inca, Byzantines. If the Byzantines get to Cataphracts, this is a very difficult matchup for the Inca. And particularly because Cataphracts with trample damage are very good in the current troll stack meta, where the splash damage is even more effective when all the units stack up and applies to all of them. And there's also a T0 and a T180 out there somewhere. Well, where do you start measuring your angles from, though? I mean, I'm used to 0 pointing to the east, and then I pointing to the west. T360 no-scoped. So early barracks for Miguel. We see this quite a bit with the Inca, because they save wood with houses having the double pop space. They can do an early barracks, so pre-mill drush for Miguel. And if we check his scouting, he did see that Velesa already is out by the hares on the top of the slope. And now he has to decide, where does he send the drush? Does he go try to harass a woodline, or does he try to harass the hare villagers? And I think he's going to go for the hare villagers. North is 0, clearly. Well, in AoE 2, the left corner is 0, 0, and X increases along the top of the map, and Y increases along the left of the map. So north is 120, 0. Where the northernmost tile is 119, 0 in map coordinates. So here we go, militia on the villagers, the drush being successful if that Vill can't run, and that Vill having a hard time running. I don't think she can quick wall atop this water terrain, and the eagle pokes her down. Militia now attacking the villager. This is a second trapped villager, and a 2 militia drush killing 2 villagers. That is great for Miguel, and he's off to exactly the start he wanted on this map. And drush never stops. Well, he's adding in another militia. This drush will not stop, and it'll likely become men-at-arms. Eagle getting kind of low on HP, so he's got to be careful there. 2 HP left, and the scout will probably hunt it down. It's a bit too far from the militia. So the offensive line won't protect the quarterback there. Rushings will continue until morale improves. Do I have any map making tutorials? I have a couple of YouTube videos where I talk about map scripting. I don't have any tutorials yet. Zetnus's guide, if you do !RMS, is the real guide. How many points within a tile? Floating points. There are floating point numbers. There are different ways of placing objects, but the coordinates are stored as floats. The left corner of each tile it goes from 0, so it goes from like 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and the middle is 2.5. Any floating point number within there that's valid. And I think I don't know if it's 32-bit floats or 64-bit floats or whatever, but these floating point numbers for precision. Some days I wonder how many AOM maps would play well in AoE 2. Very different map scripting engine. I've never really looked into it, though. So after the Drush has kept Velesa off of the mill, the men-at-arms will now try to push through pretty close to the TC, but at least they will force maybe an awkward mill by the berries. And the walls will go up. We'll have a cut, as Phosphoro calls them, from Velesa's woodline to his town center, but the men-at-arms have maybe something of a hill bonus as they try to attack that house. Can you vibe code? AIs do not code maps all that well. They hallucinate medieval-sounding names. You'll end up with bishops or queens throughout your scripts instead of knights and crossbows. Instead of grass 2, and grass 3, you'll start getting grass 4, 5, and 6. Lots of hallucinating. Having teeny tiny rounding issues. I have a video about the monks that died when they were carrying a relic. When they were at 1 out of 55 HP, and they dropped off a relic. There was a floating point error. Rounded their HP to just below 1 when they swapped from the monk with relic to the monk, and killed the monk. I think that's been fixed. But that had existed since the original game. Now, Archer attacking the scout as the scout tries to kill the skirm. The men-at-arms run around. And the scout has to run away. Skirm's attacking the men-at-arms as the men-at-arms push them back. And now, if a skirm and an archer can harass the berries, that would be annoying for Velesa. Already has a Vil idling. Vil running to the outside of the palisade. Has enough skirms to defend for the moment, though. And should be taking more damage. He has gone back to the hares and the shorefish by his mill to the top left. And as the Byzantines, he doesn't really get an eco bonus other than the cheaper skirms now. Cheaper spears, too, but not really useful against the Byzantines. I mean, not really useful against the Inca. They don't have any cav. The attack bonus against eagles really isn't going to matter all that much. Miguel did delete a hole in his walls, and Velesa will scout that so he knows to go check the mill. And there indeed will be 4 Vils that will maybe kill the scout and get a few good hits on it, down to 5 HP. Skirms will attack the men-at-arms. And skirm will go down. Men-at-arms keep pushing forward. And the Vils will drop off food from the hare. And Miguel's fort finally cleaned up by all the skirms. So Byzantine skirms do their job. Cheap and efficient at cleaning up the men-at-arms. Velesa will establish his farming eco. Doesn't have horse collar, though. Neither does Miguel. That's just a bit more damage that Miguel managed to do with that drush, forcing Velesa into the early skirm so he couldn't do horse collar. Slow to eat than deer, but faster than the berries. Nope, same speed as deer. Same speed as deer. They just have less food on them. They also decay more slowly. Helps make up for the food difference. The market there for Miguel as eagles rush forward from the barracks. And part of me would love to see Velesa go castle and then do cataphracts. And with a mining camp on stone, that might be what we see. Oh, chat, we might see cataphracts from Velesa. The main counter to that from the Inca then would be monks, but Byzantines have good monks themselves if they want to go atonement. The Byzantines also have the monks that heal faster. So they could go devotion cataphracts. There's scale mail armor from Miguel. He's adding in another barracks. And we might see cataphracts slaughtering eagles this game. Only hares is the chicken noise too annoying. The T90 doesn't like the chicken noise. These Vils don't like the eagles, so no one liking birds, it would seem. As the eagles here will pick off a villager and probably 2 more Vils, as the skirm will try to hit the eagles away, but won't be too successful there. I don't think Velesa wants to delete the wall. Well, he does. It's risky. It lets the eagles in. And one of the vills still will be blocked. Velesa now has to panic and react with more walls after that. At least save the vill, though. Eagle trying to block. And nope, doesn't save the vill. And the eagles, one goes down to the TC. But they'll poke the skirm for a moment. For more than a moment, maybe, if they run to the TC again. Up and Velesa trying to wall the eagles in. And Automod blocking the word chicken, it would seem. But, yeah, I was surprised when he said that after I added the hares to Valley that he wanted even more hunt. So I added, and then added the chickens. And he wanted the chickens. And I was like, is this really T90? Does this man actually want chickens? But he did. So there is the Eagle Warrior upgrade for Miguel. Miguel has not scouted the stones being taken yet. There will be a house wall here. Is there a vill that actually can build that house? It has to go from the stone. Build a house and ensure that the eagles don't break through. How power crept eagles are? They spent like 2 minutes trying to kill it. Well, the feudal eagles are not even that good. Remember when you didn't get eagles until the Castle Age? So, forward workshop from Miguel, but it feels like the defensive castle should probably stop this in its tracks. I don't see a market for Velesa, so he won't be quickly buying stone. He'll just have to wait until he gathers another round. But then he can do a defensive castle, and he will be repairing that wall for now. Do the castle here in front of the gold and secure a wood line. He could also do it farther back in his base, maybe here if he wants to secure a gold, stone, and a wood. But it seems like he's fine to wall for now. As the eagles come forward, they will start breaking through the palisade. Remember the days without Hussar and Halb. And yeah, right there is the castle. Yep, fire ships were Castle Age, yep. I kind of like that design more, because they gave you a powerful unit as soon as you hit castle. Demos being in feudal is nice. I think there's a lot of fun gameplay with maps with shallows where feudal demos are great. But the feudal fires I've never really been a fan of. And okay, in come the eagles. The castle will shoot down the mangonel and cataphracts. Chat, we're getting cataphracts immediately queued from the castle. The eagles kill a vill. I'll try to get over by the lumber camp. Is this walled? It's not walled. But here comes the cataphract. These vills need to wall themselves in, and Velesa immediately does. And the eagles, oh, almost were trapped, but they'll continue to run away. They are slightly faster than the cataphract. And the cataphract here will do some damage. Let's go cataphract, another cataphract on the way. More eagles pour in. They might be pouring to their deaths at the hands of the cataphracts, as we have 3 cataphracts now. Miguel doing what he can to pour the eagles into this base, but cataphracts are so strong against infantry. The eagles are getting slaughtered now. They're still trying to pick off vills. And biggest Discus 1, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much for the support. And cataphracts chasing the eagles. Yeah, the cataphracts. There are cataphracts emotes in the chat. As we'll have Sanctity and Bowsaw both on the way for Miguel. A few monks from these monasteries will pop out. Question now becomes if cataphracts are enough, especially with monks out. Let's see. Are they? See, they're not devoted. They're not devoted, and they do have to run away. Easily the coolest unit. Agreed. Agreed. You lose a cataphract yet? Nope. All of them still alive. And look how little damage they've taken. So cataphracts +9 against infantry. So they will wreck the eagles. And it will not be close. And you might think, oh, the Inca, what if they do Kamuyuks? Kamuyuks don't have that high of an attack bonus against cav like the pikeman line does. And the anti-cav armor, or the anti-cav attack armor? I don't know how to describe that, but they resist the Kamuyuk attack to the point where they don't do bonus damage. They can still stack and do normal damage, but no bonus damage from Kamuyuks against cataphracts. And he doesn't even need more, he just needs 3 of them, and that's all. Unique unit that's just immune to conversion. As of an archer was picked off there. There are campaign units that are immune to conversion. You have to fight those Teutonic, like, horse guys in the Jadwiga campaign? Or what's the campaign before that? Aldradas and Kestutis? Yeah, we do have heroes. Yeah, the Templar Knights, those ones. So 3TC boom from Miguel, who is pulling ahead in eco and still does have a good number of monks. Now, if Velesa wants to go cataphracts against this, I think he will need to be devoted, and he will need a few more cataphracts. He'll need to be able to tank a conversion or 2. You can't convert heroes. You could convert heroes in the Age of Kings. I guess we have heroes in ranked now. Can those not be converted? I guess not. Monks want conversions of the Eagles. Eagles do resist conversion. But 2 conversions finished for Velesa. Getting lucky on the conversion chance. And Cataphracts looking to push in the front, but they'll have to run from the monks. And monks the best thing the Inca will be able to do against Cataphracts. They do also have the Arbalest line as an option. But then you're running into Byzantine skirms. And if you really want to fight Arbalests, you could even consider Byzantine Paladins. They have more pierce armor than the Cataphracts. Oh, converted eagles, they will resist conversion. Let's see how many monks they can pick off. 1. Oh, they're going to get all the monks. They will get all the monks. Oh, converted eagles, exactly what Velesa needed. And now the Cataphracts can destroy the Mangonel and kill the eagles. Easy. Oh, look at the Cataphracts go. Look at them go. Cataphracts OP. Love seeing Cataphracts. Exactly in the case where you want to use them. Another TC going up for Miguel on that back wood line. The Cataphracts will run from the monks. They will run. I'll find a Vil. I could try to pick off that forward Vil. Let's see, there are 2 relics for Miguel in the monasteries. Monks now coming forward, and Ninja Vader, thank you for the follow. They will have Atonement. Atonement on the way. And the Inca, what did the Inca do now? Miguel did what he wanted to do with the Inca, apply early pressure with the Drush. And go for Eagles, but wasn't in time. Thank you, Gyro5, for the follow. Byzantines so good at recovering after the Drush did damage with their skirm defense. The Cataphracts will attack the monastery, and fletching will be in for Miguel. Indeed, thinking of switching to those crossbowmen. Sanctity for Velesa, as he does not yet have redemption, but if he does redemption, could try to convert the workshop. Can't convert monasteries. But remember, monks are still the best siege unit in game. 4th TC, 4 TCs for the Byzantines, means they can get a good boom and not get trapped in the castle age since they still have the cheap ramp. Yeah, the value of those 2 converted eagles was great. And a relic pops out of the monastery. The monk will pick that up and try to bring it back. Back to his home monastery. Monks go for conversions on the Cataphracts. Eagles go to pick off monks. And all converted eagles again. Now converted monks. Wait, the eagle... Oh my gosh, everything's swapping sides. But now the Cataphracts come forward. We'll see the crossbowmen pretty effective against Cataphracts. Only 1 base pierce armor. Remember, knights have 2 base pierce armor. So Cataphracts do not want to fight the crossbows. What are the counter units? Crossbows and monks, really. For the Inca. Crossbows and monks. You can see the crossbows tear through them. Right now they only have 2 pierce armor with only the first armor upgrade. Problem with crossbows, though, will be Byzantine skirms. If Velesa ever can get back into skirms. And Miguel still to score lead, and he is up to imp first. Oh, he needs to watch the mangonel, though. And, ooh, that is a risky forward castle, Miguel. Very risky. Well, crash test dummy, it's going pretty well. Hope you're having a good day. And Velesa thinking of clicking up soon. Elite skirm on the way, as we'll have a forward castle from Miguel, and Velesa takes the score lead as Miguel has spent res on imp. Mangonel will be chased away by the crossbows, won't get a hit. There is a cataphract raid under the TC, but again, the TC with arrows shooting the cataphract. 8 HP left, that'll die soon. University for Velesa. Byzantines also can go hand cannoneers if they need extra units to fight the eagles. So, not as risky of a castle for Miguel. Did the back castle. There are some llamas on the castle. And the cataphract's finally cleaned up on top. Imperial Age for Miguel in the side TC. But that will be safe, and his Vil will repair the monastery after the relic is ejected. Hello, Red Cliffy. And skirm versus crossbow. Byzantine skirm's nice and cheap. Happy to take the fight. They're getting their first armor upgrade. And monks will even help out by getting some conversions targeted to force the crossbows to micro back. The mangonel. Crossbows do not want to fight the skirms. And no. Crossbows go under the mangonel shot and then walk behind the mangonel shot. So they stay safe, and it'll be a forward castle from Miguel right in Velesa's face. Velesa, though, he's going for his own forward castle. Miguel will abandon this TC, abandon the gold mine there. Hasn't taken too much of it. And that'll be an aggressive castle drop from Velesa. As soon as he gets imp and finishes that castle, his score is going to skyrocket. We'll recover the score from all the res of the imp and the castle being placed. And there is that Byzantine's castle. And if this is a Treb war against the Byzantines will have more HP, and they'll also have access to bombard cannon. It looks like crossbows are trying to fight skirms, but figuring out that's not a very good idea as they go down. Yeah, no reverse castle. Cataphract's on the hill. As Arbs run forward, skirms try to pick off eagles. Eagles going down to cataphracts, skirms killing the Arbs. And the trebuchets are now forward. 3 trebuchets from Miguel attacking the castle, but chemistry is on the way. And as a melee unit, cataphracts can think of trying to snipe off trebuchets. It is indeed tricky with their lack of pierce armor. Chemistry is still 30 seconds away, and Velesa will abandon repairing this castle. Only 1 treb. Interesting, he's getting trebs in the north, and he needs more cataphracts to raid. Nice outpost from Miguel, so at least he'll have some idea of what's coming. Monk grabs the relic from Velesa. He needs to put it in a monastery, though. And Cannoneer is a good counter against Eagle Warrior? Yes. Yes, they are. And that's Conscription and Ring Archer Armor, both on the way from Velesa. The Trebs will now be in range of hitting the TC. On long-range Trebs, they don't have Siege Engineers yet, but that is an option for the Inca. Arbs can't push too well against Byzantine skirms. They will be fully upgraded with their final armor coming in. Conscription also on the way. Just finishing in this castle as it's now pumping out more cataphracts. And a Treb. Castle up for Velesa. Eagle's poking the skirms, so the skirms have to run away. The Arbs will chase, and Miguel has a great push here. Well, after that initial cataphract fight, I thought that Velesa would clean everything from Miguel and push back, but no, Miguel's done a great job booming. And now he's under attack. The cataphract's running down the slope, bringing a Treb with them. Miguel will have to abandon his woodline and a gold tile. I don't know, it's Castle Fire from Castle Fire. Also could try to steal the farms if we really wanted to. Some Eagles raiding in the south, a few more cataphracts needed for Velesa. That is going to be a castle for Miguel right on top of Velesa's starting TC location. Treb's going to attack the workshop. And they will have iron casting finished for Miguel and a handcart on the way for Velesa. Trebs attack the house, and Velesa will call the GG. Even with his counterattack, that won't be enough damage. And he will call it. Miguel, 11k more res collected. And Velesa sees he won't be able to stop this anymore. That's 57 military, 19 Arbs, and 31 Eagles. And the Arbalest counter to the Cataphract working out well enough. And it felt like Velesa constantly was pushing back whatever Miguel had done in the middle, but eventually the Inca overwhelmed the numbers of Velesa. Dang. Miguel's strong. Yeah, Miguel was ahead in Villes for a long time because of that early boom he had. In military, that's 99 to 88 KD for Miguel. And around 11k more res collected. And you can see how he opened up the boom earlier on the eco graph. As you say, ahead by 20 Villes for most of that. So GG, well done for Miguel. And hello, Caterpillar. First set of the day. Yes, there are only 2 sets today. Unfortunately, Gabby's set did get rescheduled for tomorrow. But 2-1 Miguel, I was not expecting that. I had seen Velesa playing really well in his set the other week, but Byzantine's losing to Inca. And now let's maybe take a quick look at the standings. Let's see if that gets updated. Would it be viable just attack that northern castle when dropped instead of evacuated? Get castles too? As long as no murder holes? Well, the answer is then murder holes come in. Great. And hello, Rhino, thank you for the follow. I think you end up losing a ton of Villes there, because once one cataphract pops out from the castle, then you can't fight anymore. Even if murder holes doesn't come in. So, let's see. Wikipedia. So, where are we at then? Oh, that's silver, that's silver. It's like a gold. Actually, I don't want to look too closely, because actually, wait a minute. I wanted to cast a DauT Z40, and if I look at the standings, we're going to spoil that. So, now that I caught myself. So, we're going to cast the Rex of DauT versus Z40. This happened already this morning. I think some people casted it, but I didn't get a chance to cast it. So, we'll do DauT versus Z40. And let me just do an ad while I set that up. And I'll swap my YouTube title over too. Nice set, thanks for casting. Well, thanks for watching. DauT versus Z40. And then afterwards, there is server maintenance, so maybe we'll grab some other Rex. There aren't any more TTL sets, but we'll grab some Rex and cast them during the maintenance. So let me just find these drafts and everything. Reset the scoreboard. And I'm pretty sure DauT will be on the left. DauT versus Z40. Yeah, what song did you sing? Type it in the chat so chat can sing along. And I'll need Rex and drafts. Grab the draft. Extract all. And where's the save game folder? There we go. I have to change my menu around so I don't have the save game folder I'm used to. We got DauT versus Z40. Alright, oh my gosh. This is an amazing set of maps. Game 1 will be Coast Arena. Then we'll have Zimbabwe for DauT and Slopes for Z40. So, chat, are you ready for Coast Arena? I've been loving Coast Arena from everything I've seen so far. And let's just get straight into game number 1. Well, what are the civs? Mongols for DauT. I think Mongols are going to be, if they're not banned, the first pick almost every time with all the hunt in this map. He'll probably use them for Zimbabwe. DauT also played Stronghold Frenzy, so he's very familiar with Zimbabwe. Then Burgundians, Persians, Japanese, Bengalis for him. All good civs for Coast Arena. Z40, Italians, Wei, Romans, Byzantines, and Britons. Some good clowny civs. I'm not sure which civ he would use on Slopes. Maybe we'll see Byzantines again. So, chat, are you ready? Are you ready for Coast Arena? This has been my favorite map. Harry keeps gushing about Coast Arena. That's how you know it's a good map with Hera. If it's a walled map, and I've seen Hera posting YouTube videos about Coast Arena. That's how you know it's a good map, when Hera's posting YouTube videos about them. What is this? There's a tree in the gate. Oh my gosh, I see one game and the map's bugged. Why is the gate there and not over there? That is a good thinker. So add that to my... That is a very minor bug. So let's just say this. Coast Arena, DauT versus Z40. DauT has a tree in his southern gate. Would prefer the gate to be on the top right. So, well, maybe I'll find a way to fix that. That's going to be really tricky. Berries near the water. Not directly on the water, but near the water. Oh, they're in the shipwreck, too. Okay, that's another thing I'll have to address. Alright, some very minor things that we fix in map scripting. I gotta make some notes for myself now. Shipwreck inside the berries for Z40. Alright, that'll be simple. I just keep it away. It's just scenery. Anyway, we'll have Bengalis for DauT. Oh, that's for... Oh, wait, I got the players backward. Hold on. Z40 DauT. Discord, why are you so bad at typing? Does anyone feel Discord, like, lags when you try to type on it? Anyway, so we'll have DauT. DauT will be in the blue. For some reason, I thought DauT would be red. But DauT will be in the blue. He'll be playing here as the Bengalis to the southeast. And Z40 will be in the red. He'll be playing as the Italians to the northwest. And the Italians, usually I like the Italians against the Bengalis if they can get to Genoese crossbowmen. Genoese crossbowmen should counter the Rathas and be good against elephant archers. Do I design these maps for TTL? Yep, I edit all the map scripts. This was originally a map by the Mad Catter, but I did edit this version for TTL. So all the little nuance things I want to fix are gonna... Those are things I want to fix now. Also Z40. Oyster adjacent to berries for Z40. The oyster and the shipwreck are simple. The gate there. That's gonna be one heck of a fix. So originally this map only spawned gates on the sides of walls and not in the diagonals. And that would lead to situations where one player would get 2 gates and the other would only get 1. And I figured, you know what, that wasn't that fair. So I added the diagonal gates, which was one of the hackiest things I've ever done in map scripting. But they for the most part, work pretty well. I haven't seen this case, though. And it's all the way on the edge. So I'll have to address that. Which team will DauT join? I mean, the question is, which team will join DauT? Which team will become the next tyrant? So, Warlord in by DauT. He will dock, try to get some shorefish and oysters. I imagine you want vills on the shorefish for the Dark Age. But you might take the oysters later on. You have 4 oysters in the back of your base. That gives you a total of 1,800 gold. Your main gold is at the front. That's 5,600 gold, but since it's at the front, could be towered, could be castled, could be denied. Your oysters give you a backup in the back. You could also go for a build where you skip a mining camp and have fishing ships collect the oysters. And have gold for the FC. Why is it an issue? Simply because there is a tree inside of the gate. And I prefer not to have a tree inside of the gate. It's not aesthetic, it's very slightly tree gate overlap. See, there's a overlap there, which I would like to prevent. And the terrains are placed before the object, so the gate itself is placed on top of the tree. And the other option is shorten the wood line by a tile, but I'd rather not do that. Yeah, tree gate scandals. So what is Z40 up to? This is what I like about the map. There are tons of different ways to play it. I've seen players treat it like arena with a fish boom. I've seen feudal age galleys. We saw Daniel do that ill-fated transport archery range attempt. And this is something I've seen a couple of times. A Vil heading forward for a dock. You delete part of the seawall, you walk forward along the coast and along the shallows, and you build a dock. And you try to go for a fast feudal to hit the fishing ships. Italians are great at a fast feudal because of their cheaper feudal age. And then if you have a fish boom behind this, you can still probably click up to the castle age at a decent time, especially with the Italians' discount. It'll be feudal a bit longer as you pump out warships, but it won't be too bad. And now only one dock from DauT will be over a minute slower to feudal, so getting fires out in time to defend this could be a problem. And the barriers on this map are pretty much always close to the shoreline, so if galleys want to harass them, they can. Can DauT see the dock? Nope, he cannot. Your walls do not have much line of sight. Your gates do, but not your walls. And it'll be a double dock forward for Z40. Immediately is queuing one fire galley from the forward dock, and another fishing ship in the back dock, as he does double bit axe to increase his wood income. Are sea walls stronger than stone walls? Nope, they are more like palisade walls than stone walls. 300 HP to 1080. Again, oh, I thought there was a palisade there. I guess not. I was gonna say, we can compare. No, we can't. He didn't build the palisade. Yeah, once you delete them, they're gone, though. You can't rebuild them. So you always want to make sure if you're deleting a wall, delete it on the beach so you can replace it if you have to, rather than the shallows. So fire galley from Z40 getting into the rear of DauT's fishing eco, trying to destroy some fishing ships. And so far so good. We're causing a bit of disruption, but DauT now, as the Byzantines will get double dock fire galley production, it will be slowed down. So Z40 will have a good numbers advantage with his forward production. But that's a lot of wood for 2 forward docks after initially investing to your own dock at home. And you're pretty far away. This is where I feel galleys are more effective than fires, but you do have to get fletching. But galleys in the feudal age are much better at picking off fishing ships than fire galleys are. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, the blue player was Byzantines in the previous game. He has Bengalis, So they heal, they will still have stronger fires, just not as strong as Byzantine ones. And it's Smint, thank you for the follow. Yeah, he was a civ, the same as the blue player in the last game. But yeah, Bengalis on the water then. Does have the extra Vils. And Sathar, thank you also for the follow. And ready to start defending himself as Z40 runs one of those fires away. And Z40 continues investing into fires. And Daranow, thank you for the follow. Thought you want Phosphororotha? Oh, such terrible bugs. Compare them to Red Bull, where 3 maps just didn't work at all. Well, we want to make sure the maps work 100%. We don't want to have no 99% maps. We want to have 100% maps. Do Berber fishing ships outrun fire galleys? I don't think they do. They're faster, though. Maybe they do outrun fire galleys. I don't think they outrun demos. And here we'll have a nice demo. Oh, nicely done. Gets 2 fires. The scout there for DauT. What's that scout going to do? Just try to distract the fires? Well, I guess it will be a nice distraction. It doesn't die instantly. And DauT now, fishing ship number is 5 to 7. So better fishing for the Italians with their cheap fishing ships. We'll have another dock coming up for Z40. He can maybe delete the seawalls if he wants better access to the fish. But again, won't be able to re-wall then. Which leaves this Gold League. Yep, it is Gold League. Should have the gold icon there. Oh, 2 potentially good demos? Oh, three demos? Okay, everyone exploding with demos. Another demo for Z40. We'll get in the back of the fire. No one's trying to dodge the demos. They're just taking the demo hits. And suffering what they will. Double bit axe and Castle Age now for DauT. As DauT's clicking up, since he goes up, Z40 will stay feudal and have a bit of a stronger eco. Quick number crunch suggests that Berber fishing ships should outrun fires. Okay. Yeah, so DauT came out pretty well there. I would agree with that. Maybe I need gates for the sea gates, or for the sea walls too. That's maybe pushing it too much though. House for Z40. The fires loop around. And gate hit by the scout. Fishing ship base speed is 1.26 and fire ship base speed is 1.3. Yeah. So I think the Berber fishing ships would be faster. Berber trade cogs definitely would be. That's where the real speed comes from. War galley for DauT, as he is mining the gold on the oysters. And you gotta be careful you don't mine all the gold though. You wanna save it in case you're pressured, and this will be that pressure on the gold. Tower from Z40. The gold and the stone always are forward, so you always have the option to tower rush them. It should be scouted pretty easily every time. That will see the tower, of course. But now the question is, how does he react to it? Is he starting to get a monk? 5 relics are in the middle. The relics should be very evenly spread out. And a demo, still a feudal age demo though, from Z40 DauT with a castle age demo. Boom! Kind of wasted the demo with the fires already being destroyed. That Vil on the shoreline is a bit weak. He'll try to run and escape the fires however he can. And Z40? Probably top 3 players from Taiwan behind maybe Sword Kuma and Blue. Monk wants some conversions on Vils as the Vils try to attack the scout. DauT's scout trapped by the Vils and converts the Vil. Oh, what the heck was that? Kamiyuk villager attacking the scout. We'll stop the tower rush though. Scout gave his life to stop the tower. The monks will come forward as DauT wants to pick up relics. Was that there's no way that was a delete. That Vil was a Kamiyuk. I mean, I accidentally said Byzantines because they were in the previous game. Maybe the Inca just leaked into this game too, gave the Vils Kamiyuk powers. How much oyster does DauT have left? 400. 400 gold. Less than that between those two oysters. He's however getting relic gold, and he is going pretty heavily onto stone now. And he has won the water. Won the water pretty clearly. And clean up that dock, and now he is forward in a position with fires where he can disrupt these ships from Z40. Again, the Bengali fire ships will heal over time. So even if they are forward without a repair bill, they will still slightly heal. And on the TC on the way for DauT, his second TC. Horse collar for DauT. There's a villager from way downtown. So second TC from Z40 using that gate, going in and out of the gate. I'm actually glad the tree doesn't keep the gate open. We had a map or two in the past where a sheep managed to keep the gate open. There is devotion from Z40. Fire ships will destroy the fishing ships, and that is the end of Z40's fishing, at least for the moment. Around the outside, that one low HP fire galley valiantly fighting DauT's fire ship, but DauT just ignores it And the fire ship is faster, so it'll scale away. And okay, we have back-to-back castle drops. Back-to-back castle drops, both players walking right past each other. Z40 dropping on DauT's stone, DauT dropping on Z40's gold. How are the oysters for Z40? He still has 1k gold, but DauT is controlling the water, so that'll be hard for him to access. He does, however, have gold by his castle drop and by his outside TC. DauT going forward with monks. And now we might get to Genoese crossbowmen versus Rathas. You get enough Genbos out, I think they'll be good in these fights. And just passing, yeah, just passing. Siege Workshop for Z40. Have you ever noticed how insanely strong are Bohemian Villes if you research Fervor? They are so fast. They're very fast. You had to do all the upgrades though. Fervor, Wheelbarrow, and Handcart. Then they zoom around. Only you could combine that with the Berbers. So Atonement on the way for DauT, who has 4 relics. And he will break through the stone wall and break in. There's one more relic down by Z40's TC, but I don't think he'll be able to grab it. He can go for a monk defense as the Italians. They have great monks, only missing Heresy. Bengalis themselves, same thing, only miss Heresy, so we could get a monk versus monk war. Bengali monks will of course have their armor, but that won't matter, monk versus monk if we get Atonement. Will help out if Genbos come over though. And now, here come the Rathas immediately, though monks queue up some conversions, but Atonement is in for DauT, Atonement is in for DauT, and he is trying to convert the monks. Monks swap targets though, for Z40, he has Atonement too, and all the monks are converting each other. That weak monk trying to escape. But he's healed, but is picked off by the Rathas. Atonement War. This is peak AoE 2. Now we have an Atonement War. And Wheelbarrow will be on the way for DauT. And there's that gate from DauT being rammed, but he has a defensive mangonel. I think the castle will still take that out. Is the castle shooting? Oh, castle's not shooting anything. If you don't right-click with the castle, it won't actually start shooting. So that gate stands up for now. And Sanctity for Z40, who is really far down in score and in res collected. Ratha's here trying to fight Villes. Monks want conversions on the Villes. And they do get a conversion. All of them using their monk juice. You can see their different clothing styles. Nevertheless, all of them helping out DauT. I think they still swap graphics whenever you pick up or drop a relic. And DauT's up to the Imperial Age. That could be something DauT does if he wants to get armor on these monks. He could ungarrison a relic, pick it up and drop it, and the monk will get its armor. I think of an Atonement War, Dave comes to mind. I think of Eddie back in the good old days of Arena. Before Devotion and all the monk nerfs. And Rathas kill another Vil. And both players, or wait, no, never mind, just DauT. I saw 2 TCs, I thought one was Z40. No, both TCs from DauT in the north, taking all the neutral resources. What version is this? V2. I guess this, was there a stone down here that's already mined? There should have been a stone down here. I will restart this at the end of the game just to double check there was a stone there. And a TC for DauT. You just think of the MBL Vololu song. Converted units get upgrades when they swap types. That's why we were discussing converted Rathas. Yep, when you swap a unit, be it a villager, or a Ratha, or a trebuchet, and it swaps, it's replaced with a unit from your own civilization. Thank you, Kompatovic007 for the follow. Mind blown, JPEG. Imperial Age from, ooh, the front TC. That's a bit risky, now that DauT's in. But the TC will be defended by 2 castles. So Z40 still a tall task ahead of him to come back. And the Bengalis even can get some cannon galleons in the back here. Thought there was a change to upgrades working with converted units some time ago. Not that I'm aware of. Ooh, that villager picked off by the spear as the spear killed by the castle. There might have been a bug fix to the onager downgrades. That was always a weird one. You could convert a siege onager and it would downgrade to a mangonel. Eco gap. The eco gap is absolutely huge. Z40 may be hoping there's a way he gets imp and still could win a Treb war. We have the monk upgrades for DauT. There's Theocracy. Illumination and Fervor would be next for him. Block printing the most important one, of course, for the extra range. Siege workshop for Z40. As Elite Skirm is finished for DauT. Why block printing for monk range? I mean, do the monk text names really correspond to anything? They're just kind of generic monk sounding names. So, conversion war. Okay, who's gonna win the debate here? I think DauT has more monks. But the trebuchet clears one treb, does some damage to another. There's a converted Ratha picking off some skirms. DauT with enough units here, the monks can heal each other. Wants to get the Ratha back. As the trebs will hit the mining camp. Block printing to spread the good word far and wide. Heresy matches the name. I guess Heresy does. Skirms attacked by the castle. And nice treb push still from Z40. Destroyed DauT's monastery. All the relics pop out. But we have another monk war trying to convince each other to turn sides underneath this castle. Some monks from DauT walking forward into the castle fire. Some getting converted by Z40, who's trying to repair. Doesn't have enough repair bills against 3 trebs. The Vills finished mining stone and are running forward to the other stone mine by the trebs. As the trebs turn to attack the monastery, that goes down. The monk here wants to convert the other monk from Z40. More monks going down as the skirms continue killing everything in front of them. Block printing enabled holy books to be quickly duplicated. Okay, that's fair enough. And there, as he's out of monks and out of castles, Z40 calls the GG, and DauT will take game 1. What a crazy game that was as they went up to Imp. That was beautiful as a monk war into Imp. I'll peak Age of Empires right there. That's the Age of Empires I love the most. Monks converting each other. Chanting Wooloo, swapping sides, the monk war between non-heresy civs. And DauT with the nice opening on water comes out on top. And let's check out some stats here. We'll have military, 53 to 29 KD. Z40 actually had more conversions. Oh, and Jessica, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We're just watching DauT versus Z40 here. And in terms of economy, that'll be an extra 10k res for DauT, taking an early lead and holding on to it. And 2-minute faster imp time for him as well, beating the Italians to imp. Thanks for illuminating me on block printing. You are now devoted to this university. You don't get those upgrades at the university. And, alright. I wanted to replay it from the start to check for the stone, yes. I'll do that very, very quickly. Just check that the stone is there. And it was not there. Interesting. 3 stones on the other side. Okay. Just make a note. Another thing. Missing stone at the southwest. Lots of things I'll have to adjust on this map. And they did play the right version. Thank you for the reminder. And thank you, Boxer Saint, for the follow. So welcome in everyone from Jessica's stream. We are casting some TTL here. And that'll be a win for DauT. He will win game 1 on Coast Arena. And he will win with the Bengalis. His very last picked Bengalis against the first picked Italians. The wrong map version would be a pretty DauT thing to do. Oh, actually, V2. Are we on V2 or V3? Wait a minute. They played this today. It is on V2. Yeah, so that is correct. That is correct. You got me thinking there for a moment. That was correct. So, more editing for me. And game 2 will be on slopes. And welcome into game 2. We will have Z40's home map of slopes. He will be playing as the blue Way to the southwest, DauT the red Japanese to the northeast. The Way, well, they have 3 unique units, the Tiger Cav, the Shinbei Raider, and the Huiguang Cav. Not necessarily unique, but unique enough that it is amazingly strong for them. Heavily armored with low HP, but their bonus is more HP. Datafrax page gone? I haven't checked it. Hello, Volth? How are you doing? And Z40 will be... They swapped colors, didn't they? They did swap colors. Hold on. Z40 will keep him in the red as the Way, and DauT will be the blue Japanese. There we go. I'm not going to swap colors mid-set. And slopes. So, at the top of each slope, there is a little pool with 1 deer, some hares, and some shorefish. You want to push the deer, go ahead, but you can only push 1 from each side. And then you have to go out there to do a mill. The Japanese for DauT, great militia into men-at-arms as a rush, followed by the bonus of the cheaper drop sites. You're saving 50 wood every time you do a lumber camp or a mill. So if you're heading out to one or both sides for mills, you'll save a bit of wood. Maybe get your barracks down a bit earlier, like we see the Inca doing. And no laming so far this game. Your boars are usually towards the back. So on the one hand, they're not at the front where they're easy to lame. On the other hand, they are usually in the same spot every game, so enemy scouts can go run and find them easily. Twitch says it's only for you. Twitch probably does random promotions. Don't feel pressured to sub. I appreciate the support, but I hope that you can enjoy. Regardless. And hello, Nightlife. So there is that mill from DauT, advantaging the cheap Japanese bonus for the drop sites. And the deer will be pushed in from the other pond, so Z40 going for both deer. Looks like DauT has done one of them, and, well, doesn't need to bother pushing the other one if he's milling out here. Did I lose weight? Not really. I haven't been going to the gym that much due to my shoulder injury, but I'm hoping to start that up soon, now that I've made some progress in restoring some proper function to it. That has nothing to do with you, but I still don't like it. There are a lot of Twitch stuff that I don't like. But there's always the YouTube option if you prefer that too. I have a Benjamin Button life fresher every day. Every so often you'll find someone, and you won't see them for years, and then you'll see them again, and they'll look exactly the same. And it'll shock you, like, if they have some Dorian Gray stuff going on. So, nice hunt from DauT, and he'll put that into the barracks. And will he do militia, or will he wait for feudal and do men-at-arms? That's the next question. He's heading over to the gold. Is this a long-distance mine of 50 gold for a 3 militia drush? Ooh. Ooh. What does DauT do? He's not queuing any militias yet. He's not clicking up yet. He's doing loom. Is he going to be able to click up after loom? It feels like his build might be a bit off. Maybe didn't collect as much food from the hares as he was planning on yet? Those vills will have, what, 50 food? Oh, he dropped off from the boar. Okay, he's fine. He's fine then. Never mind. He dropped off from the boar. Alright, he had 10 vills on the boar. He's fine. I was a bit worried for him there, but no, it's just going to be standard men-at-arms, militia being queued. DauT knows what he's doing. We shouldn't doubt him. Only 6 seconds of TC idle time. Can Sicilian Dark Age Donjon work on the map? One on the berries, one on the shorefish, and use Sergeant to kill all hunt on the other side? Well, you can't train the sergeants in the Dark Age, right? You need to wait for feudal. But maybe there's some type of Sicilian's Donjon Rush on the map. You could maybe control the slope with one of them, and then go for sergeants. We have seen Sicilians used a couple of times on Monocle, where it's usually a very intense man-at-arms rush. I don't think they're the favored civ, though. I've seen Romans and Burgundians be a bit more successful, or Armenians for the longswords. Yeah, only DauT rebuilds a castle. And there's Z40, the first one up to feudal, so DauT will lose the scout. He'll take the best fight he can, but ultimately lose, as his militia now walk forward. For militia, that he'll turn into men-at-arms. And Z40 already walled his berry patch, and will do a mining camp in a way that protects the vills. A bit risky for archers or a tower to come over, but not going to be just yet for DauT, as he just hits feudal, and will add in the range at home. And Obscured 101, thank you for the follow. And also Boxer Saint, did I read that earlier? Thank you for the follow if I didn't read that. Men-at-arms still finding walled wood lines. Z40 so far not taking any damage. Can't watch that DauT is playing men-at-arms like you. Lost the scout and right away. And militia's walking to pre-walled res. Well, Z40 at least doing a good job of walling. I like that little extra palisade along the diagonal in case there's an overchop. Now doing some houses to the edge to force the men-at-arms to run around, and he'll do some defensive archers. DauT opening with archers behind the men-at-arms pressure. Neither player going skirms yet. Also, Z40 stuck at the bottom of the slopes, not venturing out to the shorefish ponds. As the archer comes forward and will be hitting the men-at-arms as they have to run away. Still a good opening for DauT. Losing the scout hurts. Losing the scout hurts. And that'll be another cheap mill for DauT. Archer is trying to fend off the men-at-arms. Let the men-at-arms push them away. Still a bit of room to work on the slope. Men-at-arms and archers now have the same 0.96 movement speed. So DauT has some room to run towards them, make the archers run away, and then run away himself. He'd love to get attacks from when he has the hill bonus. And actually will pretty successfully push the archers back. Now he can turn and run. He just doesn't want to run into the TC. At the same time, he's being walled out at the south by his archer. And he does get one of the archers. But those men-at-arms are very low HP now, and that's 1, 2, 3... Okay, 2 men-at-arms down, and the third one survives on 1 HP. I'll bring a skirm forward and sit under the TC and try to hit archers, but we'll have to run away. I did some damage to the men-at-arms, walled out, cleaned by archers. And now he'll go for his own archer-skirm combination. Still no pressure on DauT's base at home. That's what the men-at-arms do, let him go out to the hares without worry. And he'll start amassing his army at the front of Z40's base, waiting for fletching to come in. And so far so good though for the walling for Z40, going to the edge of the map. You just have to worry about the eco difference as DauT has access to the hunt. Oh, DauT actually didn't push either of his deer. And deer looked like the hares for a second, blended in, camouflaged. If you really want to confuse people, put the Arctic hares, the Arctic foxes, and the Arctic wolves all in a line. Put it on a snow terrain. I'll blend in, disappear. We should get wheelbarrow fast. They do like to do early wheelbarrow for the extra Vil that comes with it, sure. But here, maybe Z40 has bigger problems, as with the men-at-arms. Those Japanese men-at-arms break through walls faster than you anticipate. He didn't get the houses up in time. And now he's going to try to wait for the archer armor to fight this. Armor coming in, though, for DauT too. A couple of skirms added in, so he doesn't want to lose archers unnecessarily to skirms, but DauT has a group of reinforcements on its way. And he'll try to destroy the palisades with the men-at-arms just to make sure that it's open a bit wider, make it easier for his reinforcements to group up, and guarantee that they'll be part of the fight when it does happen. And Z40 maybe could do with some walling by the mill, and gets the house up in time. Goes for the palisade, but that's a weak house. Men-at-arms attacking the other one, though. And now the skirms are going to be fighting the archers under the mill. Are the skirms too close within min range? Z40 has to pull some Vils. Looks like this fight is working for DauT. And all of Z40's archers are being cleared. All of a sudden, after a pretty nice defense, his walls are breached, and the skirms are slaughtering everything. That is a lot of kills suddenly. 11 to 7 KD for DauT. Z40 is taking the opportunity to move out to the shorefish, but you can start seeing a bit of a res difference opening. However, he is the way, so he still does have more Vils than DauT. DauT hasn't lost anything, and hasn't really idled the TC. So simply the way bonus. DauT hasn't killed a Vil yet, so Z40 maybe still has a chance to recover in army numbers, but he's down 2 to 12. Alright, let's just get rid of this then. Alright, Vil hit by the skirms. As we'll be chopping the wood line, and then Castle Age on the way for DauT. And market for Z40, so he's able to buy some food and click up. Skirms will probably get a couple of Vils. Outgoing CA. Japanese CA, probably a good option. They will have that attack bonus against the Shinbei Raiders. DauT probably anticipated Z40 picking the way here and felt Japanese were a good choice against them. Skirm going down to the man-at-arms. And there'll be Bloodlines and Castle Age on the way for DauT. Skirms keep pushing forward. That really snowballed. It's one little lapse in walling against the Japanese men-at-arms, and then he had full archers against a skirm composition, was forced into fighting, thanks to the gold and woodline locations, and very quickly lost everything. And even though he's still up in Vils, DauT pulling ahead in res collected just due to the annoyance of needing to react with walls or Vils chasing skirms. DauT's eco is perfectly set up exactly the way he wants it, and actually doing scale barding armor, so not going cav archers, double stable Japanese knights. Okay, you don't see that too often. Deer still behave so weird around resources. They still do run away. Why was there AOM music? That's just on the in-between loading screen. It's on the Yada Games screen. I need to read the YouTube chat better. Is the YouTube thumbnail of a half-built castle on purpose for this match? I'll need one of those for every DauT game, now that you mention it. And Stucci95, thank you for the follow. And also Hunger Holtharn, earlier, thank you for the follow. So now the knights pour forward. They're doing forging rather than their second armor. And they'll get through the TC. Now that Z40's full on making skirms, he'll be less effective against the Knights, and he'll try to do a monastery, but the Knights can pick another Vil building the monastery. Bodkin's in for doing more damage against the Knights from the TC. How is the Lord doing? He looks like he's having a successful raid, finally getting the Vil kills he hadn't gotten earlier with all the disruption. Now he's in with Knights, and might even be able to swoop back around to the mill? Oh, there's a second TC up there. He should harass from different directions. Well, he has the workshop forward, and if we can get a good mangonel shot on the skirms, then the game's probably over. If Z40 can avoid that, then he might still be okay to defend, but he'll need more than just skirms as the Knight numbers keep increasing. And DauT will be aware of that second TC. He does scout it. Z40's still ahead in Vils, and the way are very, very scary with how they can stay in the game, even after being raided. No negotiations, full Knights. Full Knights. Love seeing full Knights. You don't see it that often these days. But when it works, it works. And there might be an overchop over here from Z40, so if DauT sees that, he might be able to get in through the wood line. Let's see how much wood is left on that tree. None, because the Vils chop it. So there is an overchop, and there is an opening now. And who will notice it first? The Shinbei Raiders on their way from Z40. DauT will have to go mangonels against them. He's immediately doing armor. He destroys that palace, he can get in. Actually, he will get in. Will Z40 wall? Had a bit of time to react. Didn't get the reaction, though. The Shinbei Raiders probably will destroy the mangonels at this point, but the mangonels kill a monk. Kill a second monk? That's probably the best thing for him to shoot right now. And yes, they do. So no conversions. 2 monks destroyed. The mangonels trying to find their way in. Away from the Shinbei Raiders. With good Pierce Armor, it takes the Raiders a while to destroy them. The Knights are killing some villagers. The skirms trying to dodge the mangonel shots. And this has been a really good fight for DauT. DauT killing 18 villagers now. Somehow the Vil count's still the same, but all of a sudden he killed 18 villagers. And tower up for Z40. He might have needed that a while ago as he adds in another house to wall. And DauT finally cleaned up, put on the back foot. Vil count's just about even now. DauT's still on 1 TC. But a great fight for him. Too bad the Knights couldn't even get farther back onto the stone mine where there were a few weak Vils. Z40 walling that up now, going for the tower. Only a watchtower though. We'll need guard tower really to stop mangonels. 18-0 Vil KD, but the Vil count is dead even, 50 to 50. So that's the power of the Way doing their eco upgrades. And yeah, he's got +4 Vils from the eco upgrades so far. Potentially 6 more he can get through the remaining Castle Age eco upgrades. I'd like a CA switch now. So Japanese CA against Shinbei Raiders, I think they should win since their +2 attack versus ranged soldiers will include the Shinbei Raiders. They do have that archer armor class. I don't think I've seen that matchup yet, Japanese CA versus Shinbei Raiders, but I would think that the Japanese would have the advantage. Every Cav Archer I've seen the Japanese CA fight, it's been a win for the Japanese, other than maybe Magria's 3-curve bow. Oh, that is a DauT mangonel shot, but Z40 dodged backwards into Knights, and he's losing everything. Oh, that was horrible for him. Tried to move out, but the Knights found him. And he's got 1 Shinbei Raider left. Now DauT, 15 military to 11, ready to push. There are still no red dots on DauT's side of the map. He can peacefully collect relics, add in another TC, and keep booming away. Shinbei are made of paper? That they are. I mean, the Way do have extra hit points, but they are still indeed made of paper. And there are the CA indeed. CA in 1 range for DauT, so they will take a while. He's doing his own gold shaft mining. And they'll keep pumping out of that TC as the range will go down to the mangonels. Is it best of 3? It is play all 3. Play all 3. The group stage, play all 3. DauT in gold, looking to qualify back for platinum again next season. Most consistent? Maybe Yo or Leary? Viper feels maybe a bit inconsistent these days. He can finish second for KOTD and then not qualify for Red Bull. Vinch pretty consistent too. Ooh, nice mangonel shot. T90 is the most consistent. I don't think there's any American player who can be called consistent. So TC up, 4th TC for DauT. And that'll be a second castle though for Z40. How do Tiger Cav do against Knights? I think the Knights have an advantage there. Not 1v1, but cost effective. And the fact you can make them from stables. Oh, DauT that. DauT loses 3 mangonels to the castle right away. No questions asked, just, oh, that's a nice mill you got. Let's fill your pond with some mangonels. And Bodkin for DauT. Bodkin for DauT, as he is still working on that Cav Archer swap. Added in the second range, and we'll be going Japanese CA against the Shinbei Raiders indeed. So, thanks to DauT. He will, though, with the Cav Archers, have a good unit for picking off monks. These monks do not have Sanctity, but they do get 2 conversions. All die for it, though. Knights will clear up the converted Cav Archers, too. And Sanctity on the way for Z40. He made a really good 66th place finish, but didn't sign up for the last chance. I feel like T90 probably would, if he's going to sign up for something and want the opportunity to focus and practice for it. And if he's casting so much for Red Bull, probably doesn't have that opportunity. I kind of feel the same way. I feel like if I'm casting so much, I'm not focusing as much on playing, and it's harder to get into playing shape. The way we'll have micro wood in their food for generations. A counterattack by Z40. DauT doing a defensive castle. And I like how DauT has this outpost, and he's done everything he can to scout this southern corner of the map, but he hasn't actually found Z40's TC in the back. He's there mining the gold. He can't see the gold miners. This is the perfect scouting from DauT, not to see what Z40's doing. Oh, there they go. There are the villagers. There's the castle drop. He will see the castle drop. Maybe he'll be surprised by it because he's microing at the top. Z40 actually going for a counterattack with the Shinbei Raiders. We'll see how he does against the Cav Archers. I don't think he'll win. He might be trapped in by DauT's walls. There might be a hole they can go through, but then they'll face TCs and castle fire. The Knights will chase them down as well. DauT, does he notice this? Well, he's saying, oh, let's do another outpost. Well, notice the castle going up now, get his Vill away. And the Shinbei Raiders maybe could find some Vills by the TC. At least get some value in this fight. I'm still trying to kill the Knights. Maybe that's the right play, is just whittle down the military numbers. It's only a 10 Vill difference. There are still eco upgrades for Z40 as the way. So he might still be in a decent spot. He's down 4k res collected, but he still is the way. Let's see, DauT will get all 5 relics. I hope he didn't have standard victory on. Well, he could... Oh, hold on, let me just alt-tab. Okay, no relic victory. Double checking in game just in case Capture Age didn't see it. Remembered to turn off standard victory and put on conquest. So let's get a round of applause for DauT. And Z40 getting the lobby settings right. Town Center researching Imp for DauT. The exposed TC on the right. I still would have liked Imp in this TC or this TC. Not this one, DauT. Why is the Imp in this TC? Don't put it there, please. Will be Tiger Cav, though. I don't think Z40 will be able to attack that quickly. Who has the better late game? Probably the Way. I've just been so impressed by the Way and how strong they are. I don't want to say the Japanese are better. But, I mean, Japanese Cav Archers might still be difficult. The Tiger Cav are the Way's counter to Cav Archers. But since they missed the final Pierce Armor upgrade at the stable, the final armor upgrade for +2 Pierce Armor and Imp, the Tiger Cav are less effective against Cav Archers and Imp than they are in the Castle Age, I feel. So Treadmill Crane, Heavy Plow, Imperial Age for DauT. Treadmill Crane so we can build his castles faster, of course. Just prevent any castles being named after him. Yeah, still no wheelbarrow handcart, so those are extra vills for Z40 if he wants to close the vill gap, which is still pretty close. But that huge res lead now paying off for DauT being able to go imp. We did see that Stark Bad Koala game where Stark was in the Castle Age as the way and able to fend off an imp opponent for a long time. Oh, Samurai! Samurai for DauT, let's go. They should be good against the Tiger Cav. I don't think the Shinbei Raiders take... Oh, they are unique units. They are unique units. Okay, so these take extra damage from the Samurai. Ooh. What about the Huiguang Cav? Do they take damage from the Samurai? If Z40 makes any, we'll check. Res lead is all about wheelbarrow handcart? I mean, that certainly does help. I think it's also about the 18 vills that have died early on, and the rating that DauT has done forward. So DauT with Treadmill Crane and with Handcart for Speedy Vills will go forward with the stone for a castle. He will outpost first, but he's looking for a spot where he can drop a castle. If he's extra daring, he'll try to plop it right here. If he's safe, he'll put it here, which at least it'll be forward. Freeze it out. Japanese CA absolutely tear through Shinbei Raiders. I think they do. I think that indeed they are pretty weak, especially against all the HP with Bloodlines the Cav Archers have now, 70 hit points. So DauT will force the fight. He has Elite Samurai on the way. They will have a nice zoomy charge attack. Oh yeah, look at him zoom. Look at him zoom. And they will take down the Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav plus 10 damage from the Samurai. They are a unique unit. And everything from Z40 is dying on that hill. And he will call the GG just as Elite Samurai finishes. They have these little flags on their back now and their golden armor. He at least waits for the upgrade to come in so we can see those graphics as the game ends. And right from the start, DauT, with the early Men-at-Arms raid, controlling the game. And never really giving Z40 an opportunity to counterattack. Slopes has still been an incredible map for all of the back and forth counterattacks we have, even when players are down, able to make some comeback attempts. But DauT able to hold on. He will go up 2-0. It is a play all three, so we do indeed have game number 3 next. And looking at the economy, or the military, 135 to 66 KD for DauT overall. Eco, much stronger, consistently had a lead. Kept the lead, and he was castle faster too. So GG for DauT, as he will have a 2-0 lead, and look to continue that into game number 3. So let's update the score just a bit. That'll be 2-0 for DauT. As far as maps go, he did win on slopes, and the win will be with the Japanese. As the way, the very strong Civ the way, not able to pull out the win on slopes. I wonder if DauT had a plan and thought, I'm going to go Japanese to counter the way, and maybe liked the Civ matchup with how strong the way have been. If that was his plan, it was a very good plan. Doesn't even need to. Well, he needs one of them. He needs to play all 3 games. There was no way to stop that. No way to stop it. I feel like there's very little they have against the Japanese. I wonder how the Huiguang Cav would do. I don't know if they have the attack class. They beat Shinbei, confirmed. I think that is very confirmed. It's quite underdressed. It is cold in the winter, and I wake up, roll out of bed, and cast. And not every day I will wear a tuxedo like I did for the sub goal. Maybe we should do that again, like every month. We could do like a sub goal. I've gotten much faster at tying the bow tie. I've gotten better at that with practice. Why is it Zimbabwe and not just Zimbabwe? I don't know. I didn't name the map. Marintho named it. I'm assuming he did some research and decided he would put the D there. Probably some language native to the region that uses the D. I don't know for sure, though. Do I know where I could see the changes for the TTL? Notes for the changes made on TTL mod? I heard there were more changes apart from Siege Tower. That's the only balance change. I've updated the maps quite a bit. If you go to the TTL Discord, or I have a changelog where you can see all the changes, and if you just go to the mod, on the mod page, there's a list of the changes. But in terms of balance changes, it is only the Siege Tower has 5 less garrison capacity and less HP. So it is now Byzantines for Z40 and Mongols for DauT. The Water Buffalo ready to hold the gate open for DauT. Remember, DauT played this map quite a bit in Stronghold Frenzy, so he's very familiar with it, and will be using the Mongols for all of the hunt. And DauT also plays Rage Forest, so he is familiar with long-distance boar lures. He is experienced with them. I won't necessarily say he's good at them, but he has familiarity with them. This could also end in disaster for DauT. Yeah, no 4 elephant lore. DauT taking it safe. He's not going to stress his micro if he doesn't have to. 1 rhino takes the close one, no problem. It's a more precise romanization instead of the Z. Phonetic things, the added D slightly increases the chances of it being pronounced correctly. Well, without the Z, I would just say Zimbabwe. And with the, or without the D, I'd say Zimbabwe. With it, I'd say it more like Zimbabwe. That's a slightly different pronunciation of the Z. So if that does help, then it helps. And that will be scouting, trying to look for any vills from Z40. Z40 hasn't even lured the boar yet. Remember, this map does rotate 90 degrees, but the hunt will always be towards the south, either the southwest or the southeast, and you should pretty quickly be able to tell which based on your starting location. They become very good with boar lures and walling wolves. Remember, Rage Forest, it's actually easier to wall the wolves than these maps. That's a balance change I made to Rage Forest. I made the wolves have a smaller radius because there was a time where the Rage Forest players said that after a balance change or one of the patches, the wolf behavior with regard to quick walling changed. So I tried to restore the old behavior by changing the size of the predators and making them all wolves. Yeah, there are 2 pronunciations of Z. I'm trying to think of another pronunciation. Remember, the hunt is more or less always at the bottom of the map. I'm sure we don't need to bring up Moore's attempts to play the map. You can also use your scout to lure in elephants if you're thinking of going monks. But DauT is the Mongols. Oh my gosh, they changed colors again. No. Z40 is red, DauT is blue. Sorry, it took me 5 minutes to notice that. DauT in the blue, as he was the first game, and will maintain their colors for the 3rd game. Z40 in the red, hasn't gone for the rhino. DauT with his scout in a position maybe to harass the Vil. Loom comes in. With Loom and a scout, Z40 should be able to beat the scout. But DauT up to feudal. DauT 18 pop feudal, no Loom, and he's looking to get that feudal age bump on the scout for the extra attack and the extra speed. And remember, he is the Mongol, so he has extra line of sight. He's going to have a great feudal scout. And he's 90 seconds away, though. Elephant being lured from Z40. So, oh, having a bit of trouble with that. DauT will turn and fight the scout. Oh, what is that? The elephant refusing to follow Z40's Vil. Bringing the elephant in. I'll be so confused. Basically, no English words use the alternate pronunciation. That's why I like chat. I can learn things like that. There are alternate pronunciations of Z. Okay, so far so good for the elephant lore. DauT needing to engage in the fight before he's feudal like he wants to be. He does not have Loom on that Vil. He has to be careful. And he's not going to get in, though he could do a very annoying house by that gate right now. So his Loomless Vil will still be out in the middle of the map. He is 1 hit away from killing the scout. And the scout goes down. Vil now in the south. We'll try to find more elephants, crocodiles, and we have double bit axe for DauT. He's adding in a market. He'll have to sell stone if he wants to go up quickly. I think he just feudal booms now. Feudal boom, grab more elephants, secure the map with the scout. So Z40 as the Byzantines. How do you counter Mongols? Lots of trash units, I guess. This is going to have to be lots of skirms and halbs late game. Probably against Mangudai Hussars. With all the stone you have on the map, lots of unique units, but cataphracts not useful here like they were against the Inca. And the Mongols won't have an infantry unit unless they try to go drill siege towers with pikemen, but I don't think that'll work against against cataphracts. That would be hilarious. Drill siege towers with pikemen against cataphracts. So what is DauT doing? He is going for a 4 elephant lure. He doesn't have loom. No loom for DauT. Can he pull this off? How good is DauT's micro? He needs to super nerd this hunt. Well, he is. He is. And will he get it through the gate? Does he have any water buffaloes left to hold open the gate? No, he doesn't. Oh my gosh, there is a Vil from Z40. Z40 wants to do a gate. He can still do the gate and stop the elephants. Oh, he needs to do a building to stop them. Oh, and they all get in at the last moment. Z40 doesn't manage to get a foundation to stop them following the Vil, and they all chase in. DauT's evenly damaging them with the TC and getting all of the elephants. There we go. Rage Forest paying off for DauT. He knows the map from Stronghold Frenzy, and he knows how to lure from Rage Forest. Has DauT ever microed this well before? I don't know. This might be the best elephant lure DauT's ever done. 4 of them with a loomless Vil, while Z40 was right there trying to stop him. Now Z40 will do a blacksmith, and as the Byzantines, he'll be straight up to the next stage. But that is a ton of hunt now for the Mongol player. Mongol jackpot. And what does Z40 do now? He could monk rush. He could monk rush and go heavy on gold. Wouldn't be surprised to see Byzantines go monks. We need a Viper to cast this. we need DauT versus Viper in some type of boar luring competition. We'll need to make a custom scenario for that. Boar luring what we can do is like maybe food collected at the end will be how we score you, and we'll put a bunch of elephants in the middle, give you a couple of scouts and Vils, and have you lure them in. Lose 10 Vils, yes. Why not de-aggro them? Because he doesn't want the elephants to de-aggro. If he de-aggroes them, then they start walking back. And well, I have seen a couple of times elephants, like they walk to this corner, and your opponent can scout that, or Byzantines will have that town watch for free, so they'll see it. And then they can send a Vil to shoot over the walls and try to lame the elephants. So I have seen players do that, but it also can backfire if you want to take them one at a time. Then there's also all the Vil micro. You have to go back and forth of taking them one at a time. It's just smoother to have them under the TC. And you are Mongols, so you're not going to have as much decay since you take them faster. Yeah, first pick from DauT. And I think Mongols are going to be first pick almost all the time. There are so many maps in this map pool, I've realized, that have extra hunt on them. And any type of extra hunt favors the Mongols very, very well. Even something like Bypass or High Tides. You have rhinos as your starting herdables, which have more food than the boars. We saw that great Ethiopians build earlier when it was wide, going for that 1206 fast castle. So we'll have a TC there for Z40. Got full boom and Mangudai. 1, 2, 3 TCs here for DauT. And Duke of Canada, thank you very much for the sub.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
DauT can do the same thing Stone Please did. 1K more of his Mongols, just Mongols things. Thank you so much, Duke Canada. A monastery here for DauT. And that will be Heavy Plow also for DauT. What I realized putting those alerts together was I think almost every single Genghis Khan scenario has a different line of villagers fleeing from the Mongols, running from their running for their lives from the horde of Genghis Khan. So third TC for Z40. He's looking to boom. Historically accurate. He's looking to boom, adding in a few scouts to run around. DauT has his scout going up and down the middle of the map. Blacksmith for Z40, and Z40 also will be scouting the edge. Trying to see if DauT has gone to the back, which he has. So 3 TC boom for both of them. And DauT using the hunt to power his boom, 1k res ahead for food. Lore accurate. And, ooh, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 TC is a 4 TC boom with all that food. And it is a 4 TC boom with heavy plow. That DauT could still click wheelbarrow, do wheelbarrow early, and that's exactly what he does. He's also doing loom now, worried about the outside TC. Taking the zebras. And, well, I guess no point in TCing down there when you've taken all the rhinos already. We've taken all the boars. I've never seen someone go for the rhinos in the corners. I guess they're too afraid of the crocodiles. They don't line up as well for the elephants. Monk now for DauT wants to get back inside. There are 6 relics on the map, too. 1 in each corner. I did fix the maps the other day, using version 2 with the fixed relics, since we had a game where a relic didn't spawn. Fixed that at the end of the stream the other day. Oh, he got one of the crocodile boars? One of the rhinos? Sometimes I think the crocodiles block the rhinos for you and actually make it easier to lure. So 4 TC versus 3. DauT already up by 6 vills. And really far ahead in terms of eco upgrades. That's 6 vills and wheelbarrow. And the Castle Age wood and farm upgrades. Yeah, scouts were too late. He was thinking maybe going scouts and hitting vills on the backside as they went for TCs. But now this will be a 5th TC from DauT. And DauT might be going for drill siege onagers at this point with this eco. Byzantines would have bombard cannon and monks to counter that. But that's about it. So monks here for Z40 trying to secure the relics. This TC should secure one of the relics at least for DauT. And we'll have a couple of houses coming up here. Also for Z40. Houses on the other side. And wheelbarrow on the way for Z40, but well behind DauT's timing. DauT adding in farms. Maybe Z40 can get lucky and snipe the monk going for the relic. If DauT's paying attention, as the lion goes for his vill, maybe he would have seen the ostrich running in the fog. And there goes the scout for the monk. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and the monk goes down. So DauT losing the monk. And doesn't lose the vill to the lion at least. If there's one player who would lose a loomed vill to a lion, it's DauT. These GL guys, they boom on 10 TCs if you let them. I don't know, I mean, DauT no longer has a team. I'm more tempted to refer to him as Tyrant DauT now. Use the OG name. And Vill picked off by scouts. DauT, at least he's losing to the scouts. 2k res collected though ahead and up by about 20 vills with wheelbarrow. See, finally we do have wheelbarrow for Z40 though. So he's starting to come back a bit. Maybe he could go imp faster as the Byzantines, but he's doing handcart. That'll slow him down. Impressive form for DauT, already on 34 food vills. DauT still platinum level players. Well, if DauT wins his division, he comes in first, then he'll get straight back to platinum. I think he's won all of his games so far. And fletching there for DauT. Handcart on the way for Z40. Oh, DauT Viper and DauT legit played for the Viper clan years ago. I think it was DauT, Jordan, Dogao, all were on it. He legit used the name Viper DauT. So Z40 still scouting for the relics. DauT trying to do the same thing with his scout. Get ready for any monks. And Bodkin will be on the way for DauT. Castle Age play from DauT? Bodkin? Castle Age Mangudai? I think he'll go Castle Age Mangudai just to deter fast imp aggression from the Byzantines. and then look for Imp himself. I don't think he's going to stay Castle Age too long. You don't really want to as the Mongols. All of your power units are the late Imp. Drill, Siege Onager, Elite Mangudai. Hussar spam with all the upgrades. You just want to make sure you're not going to die to an early Byzantine's fast Imp, and then you'll try to boom a bit. And once you get maybe closer to 130 Vils, click up. I mean, good Vil population even for going Imp right now, since he'll have more on his way up. And we see him adding in the University right now. He does have the castle, though, so he's fine to click whenever he wants to. And oh no, the forward blacksmith! Got down by the castle. Gold shaft mining for DauT. Hopefully I muted during the sneeze successfully. Mangudai will be killing Vils on the archery range. And defending the Vils back to the TC. It's GG, we all know it. DauT on Mangudai equals win. Let's see, I mean, it is DauT. He will be against early Arbalests. Mangudai do lack their final armor, so... Arb's usually pretty good against Mongols until the Drill Siege comes out. Maybe there's a slight opportunity for Z40 to do damage with 4 ranges. Anyone on Mangudai equals win? Yeah, you still gotta upgrade your Mangudai. Still gotta upgrade them. Mangudai at the archery ranges didn't do much. Well, they will give DauT the confidence that with now 6 Mangudai, from what he's scouted, he can go for a forward castle. It's castle uphill, but it will be on cracked terrain. Everything on this mountain is the cracked terrain. And with the faster Imp for the Byzantines, this will be a Mongol player trying to win a Treb war against an early Imp Byzantine player. He's over a minute faster than DauT. DauT will have to dance a bit with the Mangudai. Before he doesn't have the res for Arb, Bracer, and Chemistry. Doesn't have much gold. Might need to use the market to get Trebs out. And DauT's going to abandon the castle. DauT says no. DauT's saying, I'm super far ahead, but I'm still going to do DauT castles. So, okay, do you have a DauT emote? Anyone get your DauT emotes in the chat? Even when he's this far ahead, he has a DauT castle. DauT being smart, he did force the low hill cracked terrain castle from Z40, so if you're going to push a Byzantine castle, this is the type of castle to do it against. And DauT will lose another relic. Another monastery, or another castle for DauT, but this time farther to his side of the map. And he will open with stables, so he's going to open Hussars. He has 47 farmers. We'll see if he adds more. Look at him dancing with the Mangudai against the crossbows before they get their upgrades. Thumb ring in. Bracer just about to finish. And DauT killed quite a few crossbows, but will lose all of the Mangudai. And they do have ballistics, so they'll kill the final Mangudai as it tries to run away. So thins the numbers a bit, but loses all the Mangudai in the process. And he's going for Bracer despite adding in all the stables. Is he going to go Steppe Lancers or Hussars? It has to be Hussars, right? Right? Is he going to go Steppe Lancers? Does he have the gold for that? 20 Vils on gold. Scout down there still looking for the relic. Food count. He has a huge food count. And, okay, light cav, so it will be Hussars. This will be full Hussars from DauT as he starts to collect gold and then maybe saves the gold for Mangudai and Siege Onager. He's got 140 Vils. I guess anything's affordable if you have that many Vils and you're this far ahead. 10 stables really needed? Yeah, why not? Why not do 10 stables? Armor on the blacksmith. Maybe he needs a second blacksmith to do both armor and attack lines at the same time. How much of a building had to be on cracked terrain for it to take effect? I think just the center tile of the building. I think the same thing in terms of where the building's located for elevation. I'm not entirely sure, though. Would be nice if Capture Age maybe gave an indicator for cracked terrain or not, or of what elevation it's on. And, well, the Hussars have arrived, this time charging up the mountainside. But they will surround the soon-to-be Arbs, well, soon not to be Arbs if they're cleared first. And there's a GG from Z40 as DauT wins 3-0. And behind the strength of the Mongols and an excellent Rhino lore, he does win. That's a 25 to 19 KD. And eco-wise, it's still 9k res ahead. And 1 minute faster to Imp, not enough to win it for Z40. So congrats to DauT. Here's some DauT emotes, get them in the chat. We'll go check out the TTL standings. as he will win 3-0. Win on Zimbabwe. Win for the Civs, win for the Mongols, loss for the Byzantines. Britons might have been interesting against Mongols there, now that I think about it. You do have a lot of water buffalo, so you have a lot of food from that. And let me check out these TTL standings, make sure we're all caught up to date with our standings. So the Gabby Mono set I wanted to cast did get rescheduled for tomorrow, so I don't actually have any more TTL Recs. But there is server maintenance coming up, so I might just cast some Recs during server maintenance. If you all want to stick around for that. There might be a couple live games until then. But what do we have right now? Yeah, there will be server maintenance, Atomic. Yes, server maintenance coming soon. I haven't even streamed for 3 hours yet. This is a short one. I might just go grab another coffee. Now, our base was here earlier, but no more adminning. So looking at the standings, Jordan, 6-0 in Group C. Kasfa, Classic Pro, and Daniel towards the top of Group D. DauT now 6-0 in Group B, and Prisma 4-2 at the top of Group A. Now the standings here are a bit deceptive because your actual game wins matter more than set wins. If you look at the tiebreakers, it's games won, then sets won. So it's the second column that really matters, where your points are equal to the number of wins you have. So it's overall record that matters the most. DauT Group is OG. Yeah, DauT Group, DauT, Kapach, Fire. That is an OG group of players. And we had earlier today, Miguel won 2-1 over Velesa. So this group now looking pretty tight in the standings other than Overtaken. But Overtaken did manage to take a win from Valas and very nearly won the set. Also tomorrow, I believe Platinum is starting. Let's check out the Platinum groups. Yeah, Platinum is Group B, is the group of death. That's Hart, Hera, Vinchester, Yo, and even Lucho. I feel bad for poor Siscon there. Had to be the center tile that has to be on the cracked terrain, which when a building is an even side is the east tile of the center 2x2 tiles. Okay, yep, because the left corner of that will be the tile. So, all right, makes sense then. Makes sense then. What about the TCs? What about the TCs? Because there are multiple buildings altogether. I don't know if it applies differently for the separate components of the TC. So, do you have any predictions for this Group Platinum chat as we start tomorrow? Harris has been grinding those Coast Arena games. I saw his YouTube channel. Seems to really like the map. You can insta-make units? You can probably mod the units to have a 0 creation time. Or just turn the Aegis cheat on. I'm not sure how CBA or stuff is made, though. I've never looked into it. Group D? I think Viper lucked out with Group D. I think Viper really lucked out in Group D. So I think maybe we'll just cast some ranked games now. I'll maybe get the ad out of the way on Twitch and then do some ranked game casting. So how much time do I need for this? We'll have more TTL tomorrow. Let me just check the schedule. It is starting at 16 GMT, Siscon Yo. That's the first Platinum set. Gabby Monos will be at 17 GMT, so I might prefer to cast that rather than Platinum. I might cast Silver and Gold tomorrow, because we also have Daniel versus Turs at 22 GMT. I'm definitely casting that. So let's see who is playing right now. Who is playing? I can move the spectator dashboard over to my other tab and view this. There's a streamer mode now. Oh, T90 is playing. Let's cast T90. T90 is playing against DauT. And I put expert games in the title. Does T90 count? We'll cast T90. Yeah, DauT showing he's too good for gold. And it does feel weird with DauT not being in platinum. So yeah, we're gonna casting. I'll cast T90. He's playing games, he's gonna get casted during TTL. Not more than castles on cracked terrain do? Okay. TCs seem to be the same as castles, they do not take extra damage or anything. Did there used to be a thing where TCs took extra damage from rams because the splash damage would spread around to all the extra components? I'll need to test that if the ram were like right in the middle of the TC. Alright. Oh, it is mega random. It's mega random. I don't need the gold logo here. We have now mega random. T90 will be to the west in the blue, playing as the Bengalis. DauT typing GLHF. T90 saying U2. DauT will be to the south as the red Woo. Alright, mega random. Double relics. So the map has 6 relics atop this hill in the middle. This will be like cross with deep fish in the back of the ponds. And huge wood lines, lots of stone and gold for the players. T90's main gold is pretty safe. He just walls to the TC and he'll be safe. Won't have any stone though if he walls very compactly. They start with a horse. They don't have a scout. They have a horse. And let's see. DauT's gold is more towards the back, maybe a bit harder to wall. But he also needs a very short wall and he'll be walled at the front. So what do we have here? Bengalis versus Woo. Woo, what do they do against Rathas? How did Jin Swordsman do with all their Pierce armor against Rathas? Does T90 only get 3 fish? He gets 4 fish. One of them's kind of far away. But it's only 4 fish for DauT 2. Remember, there are some shore fish that show up on the minimap. I think it's 4 deep fish per pond, one of which seems to be pretty far away. So all the fish are even. Players could venture forth to the far fish. I was thinking about that, chat. What if we had... This is the map idea I had. Where you start with TCs on one side of the map, like this. But then on the other side, there is water for deep fish. So you might not be able to access it right away. You have to invest into vills going forward to get to it. But yeah, you have to walk across the map. Are the shorefish even? They're box turtles. We got 3 box turtles here. And let's see, 3 box turtles here. Yeah, that's even. That's even. You can still look at the minimap. 3 box turtles for every pond. Yeah, this map isn't broken. Better than the minor bugs I had on Coast Arena, even. I do miss, what was it, WCL Mega Random, the first Mega Random that everyone played? I liked that one. I think we played a lot of that on HD. Oh, T90 though. Oh, he didn't scout a box turtle, unfortunately. Oh no, this is DauT-like scouting. Almost scouted it, didn't see it, so he won't be able to leave the Vill out there by the dock. Could maybe push deer with the Vill if he wanted to. And he will start walling up the front of his map. He still hasn't found his opponent. Still scouting with that horse. Can you still get random heroes on Mega Random? Ooh, I don't know if you can. That was probably hyper random when you got the heroes. I don't know if Mega Random ever did that. Hey, turtles can swim in peace. Hello, Wise Turtle. Yeah, Wise Turtle doesn't like when people build docks next to him. So fishing ship's on the way for T90. You gotta check your corners on Mega Random. You do gotta check your corners. And the way maps generate, it is easier to put stuff in corners usually. Yeah, fish traps could work too. Fish traps could work too with how walled you are. You get a really nice fish boom. Nice turtle with the Teutonic Knight emote. Yeah, I need more emote ideas. I don't know what to do for emotes, but I need more of them. We have 372 subs. This is like our channel high of subs outside of when we did cartographers. I have so many emote slots that are unused, and I need ideas for them. Yeah, organizers can't play in their own tournaments. I don't know if T90 will play in the community version of TTL. And some walls going up here for T90, adding in a house, and walling to the wood line. A math emote would be fitting. What do we do for a math emote? Oh, and more when. Thank you very much for the sub. Let me hear the alert properly.
Hi.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Ah, good old Joan of Arc campaign. Maybe a the flowers are the pacifist emote. Need even more dodge emotes. Dave, T90, and Hera isn't enough. That could be a good dodge, like a flank formation emote. And Leon Hardy, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Defeat my champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
Well, let the forward dock begin for Doherty. He's going forward. Yes, this is ranked. This is ranked. Not a tournament. Server maintenance starts in around an hour or two, so I figured I'll just cast a couple of ranked games and then probably go offline soon. Only 2 TTL sets today. I was hoping for 3, so I'll just hang around. Cast T90. I know people like seeing him play games, but he doesn't cast his own games or stream while he's playing. I think he did that a bit when he was streaming on Facebook, but I think he prefers being able to focus on chat more and can't really focus how he wants to when he plays. Is this live? Yes, this is live. This is very live. And looks like Doherty's horse did get inside of T90's base, but actually will be walled in. T90 hunting the deer, but then deciding, nope, I'm not going to go forward. I'll pull all my vills back. Aside from the walling vill, who is injured and does leave himself on the outside. So, a very intelligent vill there, but T90 at the very least does manage to delete the palisade instead of the villager. We have seen a couple of accidental deletes before. A pre-recorded live game. Yeah, the chat is pre-recorded, but the game is live. The casting is pre-recorded, but the game is live. And, oh, Doherty is going to find a third pond. He's going to realize T90 isn't out here. So we'll have that triple pond domination for Doherty with his fish boom. And British Caboose is a recording. Everything's a recording. It's all just generated by an LLM these days. The chat, the casting, the gameplay, the graphics, the civs. All done by generative AI techniques. You're not real?
Hey.
I'm afraid not. Triple pond, I'm calling GG and loss. Thank you, Sobogo, for the follow. Yeah, triple pond, fish boom, and later feudal age, so Doherty really investing into the fish boom. Adding in the barracks, and he'll be able to do an easy fast castle right after this. T90 with the market, so he's looking to click up, but won't be up quite as fast. Quite a few vills on gold, so maybe he'll do the blacksmith and then might be able to buy his way up if he collects a lot of gold. Maybe sell some wood. Do Tiger Cav have bonus versus melee Rathas? I think so. The Rathas don't change their armor classes. What bonus do Tiger Cav get? I mean, the Tiger Cav are not in this game. It's Wu versus Bengalis. So I can't check. But melee Rathas are still archer armor. Yeah, they are still archer armor. And thank you, Genev Spit, for the follow. Geneva's point? Maybe the PT is a point. Thank you for the follow. I always got to take a good guess at how to pronounce names. I gotta give it a good try. So Castle Age will be faster for Doherty after that good fish boom. And I suspect it's just a 3TC boom. Close enough. Thank you very much for the follow.
Hey.
Oh, and T90, he's going out. He's going to run into a tiger, though. Okay, he is heading straight for that tiger. They are like one tile off from each other. He's in the perfect position to get mauled by the tiger. At least he is loom, though. He'll survive. But the tiger is hungry, and it's looking for that Vil with the fishing net. The T90 snack bar. Yeah, the Vil has to turn and fight. He'll be okay, but if another scout were to come around, that could cause some trouble. If he has to go dock, this would be an injured repair Vil. And looking at the scouting, T90 has a great scouting, sees all the relics. Doherty, not quite as good, but he does have a scout now. That horse was trapped early on, so he did invest into the stable and some scouts. Or one scout, if nothing more than just to have scouting information. And T90 is on the stone. T90 is on the stone, so this might be a Phosphor Ratha play. He's doing the dock. He doesn't know that Doherty is here unless he's seen a fishing ship. I think he's going to do a dock and be surprised at what he sees. And T90 must be at the gym again, right? Last time he ended his stream early because the Daniel Deduzu set was maybe 30 minutes long. He told his chat he was going to the gym, and then I looked over and he was playing ranked games. He was simply at the gym between sets, working out, and between a set he'd go play a ranked game. And Gurnison, thank you for the follow. Doing your kind of exercise. So forward castle, where does the castle go? It almost has the stone. The scout going back and forth. If he sees where the scout is, he might try to avoid the scout as he goes for this. Playing AoE on the treadmill? It's possible. You can do that at home, though. You wouldn't need to go to the gym. Just get a walking pad under your desk. I don't know how much noise that would make. If I get a very quiet one that the mic doesn't pick up, maybe we could cast with a walking pad. Because I'm trying to rehab my knee and I can't run. So walking pad streams could be nice. So 1, 2, 3 TCs for Doherty, and if T90 were to castle drop right between those two TCs, oh, that'd be great. I think he could actually go forward and hit all 3 TCs. Oh, it's going to be a chicken castle, though. No, T90. You're not named Chicken working at a call center anymore. You got to go forward. Okay, that's acceptable. Not as good as it could be, but acceptable. Maybe the second castle could be here. You fall over trying to walk in game. I probably would too. Used to play while riding an exercise bike. I don't know if I'd be coordinated for that. All right, the quick walls from T90, trapping the scout, stopping the Vils from coming forward. His horse is there, and Doherty wanted to fight, won't be able to fight. T90 loses a Vil to the scout. That scout is tanky. It has bloodlines. Why does Doherty have bloodlines? Oh, he wants a Huiguang Cav. And the castle is up. The castle's up for T90. Doherty trying to collect the relics. He has one. And his fish boom is stymied by fire ships. T90 able to click the war galley upgrade while going for the castle. And here come the Rathas. What does Doherty have to defend? Absolutely nothing. One Ratha gets onto this wood line, and it's GG. He's trying to wall behind this. T90 not going to dive the TC right away, but there are no Vils in the TC, so he could dive. And it's doing wheelbarrow, so there won't be any Vils in it. Hyper confirmed. He almost lost the castle to the TC fire. I don't think TCs do enough damage for that. I've seen castles deny castles before, but even then, usually one Vil is still enough HP. You need something to disrupt the Vil. I once had a game where I had a Cav Archer army, and I shot a villager, and the arrow hit just as it placed the foundation, and the Vil turned away and stopped building, and the next shot one hit the castle. I did that to a barracks, too, once. I had a game where the scout attacked the Vil who was going for the barracks just after the foundation was placed, and then one-shot the barracks. Early feudal, that was pretty GG. And the monk converting the Vil can swap to the Ratha, so T90 wisely puts everything in the castle, although he doesn't garrison the Vil and sends the Vil back to the outpost, but that's okay. So it will be Cav Archers now for Doherty as the Woo. Woo Cav Archers, he does a university, probably wants ballistics, and with a market up. We'll keep trying to wall. Thank you also, Arrow 1 Kenobi for the follow. And did I read Gurnison earlier? Thank you also for the follow. Here's Ratha Resign. This is a good push from T90, I think. I think T90's got this now. He's disrupted the fish. He's winning the water. 9 fishing ships to 6. He even has more fishing ships himself. Oh my gosh, this is peak T90. Look at where he's placing the fish traps. Look at that. Look at that. How beautiful that is. T90 probably looked up and he saw the icon in game saying spectators. That's like 2 spectators. And he realized someone's casting this game. I need to make sure my fish traps are in the right position. I'm not gonna let anyone see how I usually place my fish traps. I'm gonna be precise. Yeah, this isn't very T90. This can't be him. Is this a fake T90? Is this, like, controller player Dave placing fish traps? That's way too perfect for T90. And that's 1 TC down. Where are the Rathas? The Rathas in a position where they could stop monks. I think Doherty might have tried to hide the monks. Yeah, ooh, T90 not going to get there. Not going to get there. He'll find these relics. And it's another monk war. It's another monk war. Remember, the Wu do have good Castle Age monks. I'll try to get conversions on the Cav archers. As the Rathos run down off the hill. There's a new goat in town. If T90 starts placing his farms and fish traps properly, Hera's going to have some competition. Did you see a treadmill crane? Yes, you did see a treadmill crane from Doherty. And he has stone for a castle, so he wants a very fast castle with that treadmill crane. I mean, let's go treadmill crane. There's no other way. And archery range there for Doherty. Devotion on the way for him too. Brief bit of lag. Brief bit of lag. And Doherty trying to grab the relics. He'd really love to get all 6 relics. And nope, thank you for the follow. Thanks for saying yes to the follow. Or for saying nope to not following. There's Devotion. At least someone's doing the treadmill. Spent 100 stone that he had to collect extra to be able to build the castle in order to build that castle 20% faster. Oh yeah, doesn't treadmill crane cost stone now? Yeah, that's weird. Oh, that's a very random change. I don't think anyone ever said treadmill crane was unbalanced before. So, T90, look at this monk play. Look at the clowning. And Lordaman, thank you for the follow. T90 with all the monks doing all the clowning he can. Look at that. Castle going up for Doherty, too. Manganel hitting Vils. Hitting Vils. Vils have to run back. The crane is on the treadmill, yes. And T90 up to Imp. Is he going up to Gauss? Yes, indeed he is. And he will wall behind this house to keep the Huiguang Cav away. So he is up to Imp. Doherty actually with a score lead, though. Build counts are similar. I think the score lead is simply the T90's up to Imp score. It's the Imp score drop. He is making fire archers. And, well, he has had a nice boom. Good wall when T90 didn't run in with the Ratha right at the start. And he has managed to get a nice boom into Cav archers behind this. What do Wu Cav archers have? They don't have heavy Cav archer, they don't have thumb ring, they don't have Parthian tactics, and they don't have the final armor. So I don't think he wants to stay going Cav archers in the long run. So he may, yeah, T90 might have been able to clown a bit better there. They don't scale poorly, they simply don't scale. It's like you go to weigh yourself and the scale says out of battery. It's not like it's inaccurate, it just doesn't work. The attack sounds from the Huiguang Cav always sound distinct to me. I don't know if they're good or bad, but they just stand out. They feel different. It's like Kuman camels or Saracen knights. Oh, the game is paused. We have a pause, chat. We have a pause. Alright. Oh, T90 is pausing. He has a phone call. Yep, he says K14. That was a very fast phone call.
Yes.
Look at that. What was that phone call about? It's probably like just Dave's wife asking T90 if Dave's on his way to pick her up at the mall, and T90 saying, yep, he's on his way. And after that, 3 mangonels go down. T90 obviously distracted by his phone call, not paying attention to his mangonels. And the Cav Archers for Doherty will be running around the outside of T90's base as he displays some amazing DauT-like micro in front of his castle. And he will, however, be up to Imp, and he'll start doing trebs. Imp just clicked for Doherty. He will have a good timing difference. Which TC has Imp? This TC has Imp. I guess that's farther from the castle. He'll do a third TC in the back on the stone. But long ways from Imp, and still an opportunity if T90 happens to pick the right TC to snipe off the Imp. Sending his treb back first, though. He is fully walled. Cav Archers could maybe hit something over the lumber camp, but can't get in. I mean, maybe T90 is thinking, like, I'll just play while I'm on the phone. I'll just have to pause while I answer. Maybe he just needed to set his headset up. I mean, it's just like streaming, right? And talking to chat. And Komai GP, thank you for the follow. Imagine that. T90 gets a super important phone call. Someone saying, oh no, the venue was overbooked and we need to find another place for your wedding. And he's on the phone trying to play AoE 2 at the same time. And he'll be talking to the wedding planner and all of a sudden be talking about halbs versus knights, and they'll have no idea what's going on. Oh, T90, do we check the farm placement? Okay. This is a nice square of farms for him. A nice... He didn't even build the mill near his farms. This is a T90 mill. The fish trap... Oh my... Well, we praised him earlier. We praised him earlier, but now we just look away. Oh, well, oh look, he's having a DauT castle too. Oh, does this go up? Oh, that is 200 HP, 91 HP, 0 HP. He loses the castle. The Rams destroy the castle. Bigger disaster than his fish trap placement, but he still has the score lead as Doherty hits Imp, and he's still trebbing the castle, getting some mangonels on the fire archers. And he's gonna try the castle again in the same exact place. Or actually, no, he's gonna build it slightly to the side. He gets a mangonel shot on the fire archers. And it will have to be traction trebs for Doherty. He is one of the 3K civs. And traction trebs were taken right out of Chronicles and put into the main game. He just took a nap to the Ganji Margugu game and he was dissing Ganji's farms. T90 should know better than to diss people's farms. I know he's probably gonna watch this back, and he'll see. He'll see his fish traps and he'll know. So conscription on the way on that castle, another treb downhill, but maybe a bit risky to take the hill though with all the monks. And we'll have conscription for Doherty. A rare Chronicles unit. Well, it feels, to me, it feels like pretty clear 3 Kingdoms were meant for Chronicles and then shoehorned into AoE 2, the main game, so. Very, very non-AoE 2-esque. He's lost a little Ela? Well, he's 2k4. That's still pretty good. Castle shooting the Vil. 4 HP left. Skirms come forward. I'm pretty sure he's been 2k5, yeah. Yeah, they both got random. Up to him for randoming, though. That's the most important thing. And the Rathas will try to take the fight under the castle, fighting the Skirms. He'll push back the traction treb for the moment, and in melee mode, he'll try to snipe it, but won't get far enough around the castle. He's going to lose all the Rathas to the Skirms. And tricky fight for T90 against all those Skirms. Now he has to deal with traction trebs. This castle's still downhill, and chemistry is on the way for Doherty. All because of the phone, right? He was super far ahead before that phone call. Now we can only speculate on what call he had received. And do Rathas get anti-archer damage from Skirms in both modes? Yes. Even the melee Rathas take the same damage from Skirms. You can't swap mode to tank like you can for trebuchets. And he is raiding, though. He's getting some good raids in. And he's still up 113 vills to 97. DauT with significantly more res collected, though. Oh, T90 also did manage to clear the other pond in the east. And DauT came back in the north, but he cleared DauT's fish in the east. He's doing a fish trap there. Decently placed. And he still has the eco to hold on. So I don't think this is over just yet. Even as the traction trebs go to attack that castle. And the castle will kill some skirms. Do Halbs have bonus damage against the Rathas? Yes, they do. They count as archers, and they count as cav, and they count as cap archers. And unique units. So lots of things have bonus damage against them. Just not a lot in the early Castle Age that actually reliably can fight them. Monk in that monastery. Also, what's the relic situation? 6 relics for DauT, who now has over 2k relic gold. And Squire's on the way for him. He is taking a great score lead as he's raised the castles. And things are falling apart now for T90. He went so heavily into the Rathas that now he'll need to swap into another composition with all the skirms that are out. And maybe Bengali Elephant Archer is better against skirms than Rathas. He's going to go stables and go for Hussars. Has to be careful of gold. He still does have a gold mine and a stone mine and another gold mine. And he could chop through and take that stone. But the golds at the front of his base are taken now under the control of DauT. T90 has to be careful of this TC too. He has a good bit of eco out there that'll be exposed. And the houses should have vision, yeah, so the traction trebs over the wood line can be protected. He has vills back here. Hello, villagers. Oh, look at those fish traps. Those are nicely placed. T90 wanted to dock, but that will be stopped by the skirm. He will try to go for a tower, but there are at least mangonels and traction trebs there. I think he'll resign soon. I think he's probably close to it. Oh, you were right. There's the GG. And DauT, it's a ladder game, but he will get the win. So GG there. Congrats to DauT. And unfortunately, the phone call. Too much. Too much. That's probably DauT IRL picking up his phone, calling T90 just to distract him. So Erie Art Military, 73 to 67 KD for DauT. And much better eco. You see that boom. As much as the forward castle was dropped right on his first extra TC, T90 never really got into the back of the eco. This TC is still up. If only that first TC were right here, hitting all 3 TCs like we said. I guess another TC. I think there was another TC there and this was rebuilt. But, well done from DauT to hold on. Back to the gym. Hello, Soxy. How you doing? Phone call into GG. Yep. I'm trying to reach you about your castle's extended warranty. Now that's what DauT would do. Call people about their castles. So let's see. Is he going to play again? Is he playing again? He is playing again. He's playing Lamo. So we'll keep casting another T90 game for a bit. I'm sure you all like seeing T90 casted. You can critique his farms, speculate on his phone calls, and see how he holds up against the players who are in TTL. Oh, wait, we have a pause. What's the pause for? I don't see a chat, just a pause. Okay, there they go. There they go. Dad needs to read the castle manual. He doesn't know how to place them. Oh. All right. Let me just check my streaming list, see. Okay, I still have some time before I have to play another ad. I hope we don't get an ad during the game. I'm gonna do a 30-second ad now, so hopefully we don't have an ad during the game. So apologies for the Dark Age ad. Okay, that's what you have to mic when you're a Twitch streamer, making sure your chat doesn't see ads at bad times. T90 will lure the boar. He'll do this successfully. We know he has boar luring skills. We have no doubt about that. Just his farm placement. So this will be Arabia. It is DE's Arabia, which usually is fairly wallable, although T90's gold will be at the front. I'll have another gold in the back, though. Gold and stone in the back. Good forest to wall up to for him, too. And they'll have a TC at the front as Lamo goes for this wood line to the south. It really is the Dark Age with ads. Yeah, open your ears, all you... Everyone who's not a sub won't get the PSA about parking a car not on railroad tracks, which I highly recommend. Don't park your car on railroad tracks. I think that's good advice. Isn't the bad ad placement an incentive to sub? No. We're I wish I could do like I do on YouTube and turn the ads completely off. So barracks here for T90. Pre-mill drush for the Jurchins. They'll get a bit more food from those boars because they don't decay. And T90 will chop the stragglers by the TC. So he'll use stragglers to do a lumber camp. And he's doing a super early drush. Let's go. I hope he sends that Vil then to mine 10 gold and does a 3 militia drush. He has found his opponent. Or no, he hasn't. He's about to. He sees the gold, so he knows he's roughly here. He sees the gold and the hare. And with hare, there are no deer to push in. So the drush might be able to disrupt Vils who do a mill on the hare, or they can get back to the wood line. And he's taking his own hare in front of the barracks, use the militia, lures in his second boar. And he will need to do a house, like, now. Drop off wood. Okay, he did the house, There we go. There we go, he's on point with the build. Alright, T90 with the Jurchin's early drush. Lamo is the goat? I thought that was Lewis. And a Folvark on the chickens. Alright, Folvark chickens. That's the best place to collect your hares. Oh, the hares, not chickens. Do hares live in the desert like this? Are hares native to Arabia? That I don't know. This is the baby goat. Poles win for sure. Poles versus Jurchins? Well, we'll see how the drush does, right? This is... AoE 2 is a game where player skill matters much more than civs, so if the drush is effective, then T90 probably wins. And we'll see how effective this is. A Foulvark? Ooh, that's a nice pun. I like that pun. Or taken under the TC. As the militias, they can drush the hares. Jurchin militias, I think they actually lame the hares properly and don't leave extra food on them, but no loom on the Vil, and T90 so close to the kill, he gets it, he dodges the TC fire, the militia takes 4 HP of a loss. Honestly, I would go slaughter the hares by the Folvark now. T90 not quite fast enough to get in on the lumber camp, but he does force up small walls, he does force loom. And you can't lame these with the Vils, the Jurchins, because then the food lasts, but you can lame them with the militia, I'm pretty sure. There are hares literally called desert hare. Okay, okay. So squeaky. Okay, Vil fight, let's go. Lamo sending all the Vils, he's up to the feudal age, and T90 not paying attention right away, doesn't react, and now he runs, but lost a lot of HP on that scout. Lamo will delete the palisades, and with all those Vils, go chop wood on the wood line. T90 now has the opportunity to lame the hares, but he's not going for it. He's trying to tempt Lamo's Vils with that low HP scout, and those Vils will run out to the hares. Another pair of militia come forward, though. Oh, T90, 5 militia. This is a 5 militia drush. He's going full Dark Age mode, finally doing a lumber camp, long distance mining gold for the militias. Let's go. Finally fighting Vils on the mill again. Oh, Lamo, is this a mistake running out to your mill? T90's got 4 militias. Loses the scout. He actually needs to make sure he kills the militia, the Vils with the militia, though, because these are pole Vils. They'll heal once they reach the feudal age. Doing it for chat. The old school Huang. The old school Aztecs play 5 militia drush. Another house up for Lamo. And he'll be up to the feudal age. Poles, long time no see. And the militia will come forward. Scout there for Lamo, still scouting up to the feudal age. And feudal age coming in for T90. And oh no, Lamo, don't do the stable with a hole next to it. Your scouts are gonna get stuck in that hole. For sure. Scouts are gonna get stuck there. Because the militia are down here, he's gonna be like, oh, I'll ungarrison somewhere on this side of the map. Or I'll go towards this part of T90's base with my gather point, and they'll get stuck. So the militia's still attacking the Folvark. Remember, the Folvark gives you pop space. If you lose it, you can get housed. It doesn't matter if the Folvark's on fire. I guess you can still seed your farms next to it. He does have Horse Collar, so Horse Collar for the farms. And T90's still in the Dark Age, up to feudal now. Does he fight, or does he try to turn the militia into men-at-arms? No stable yet from Lamo. He does need some scouts still. He'll try to attack the house foundation. Place a palisade foundation in that hole. I think you need to build the foundation, though. I don't think you can use an unbuilt foundation. I could test that, though. I don't think that works, though. Double bit axe on the way for Lamo. Yeah, look at how late the first scout is. The Drush did a ton of damage. Especially even having killed the Vil. And T90's up in res collected. And he didn't do Loom. He didn't do Loom before going up. Oh, and he'll lose a Vil because he didn't do Loom. I think the starting scout finding a Vil. I was looking at the reinforcements, but lost a Vil to the starting scout. So that evens the Vil KD. Double bit axe for T90. He'll do his own stable. Faster attacking the scouts as the Jurchens. And he will do Man-at-Arms. Not adding in Horse Collar. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right away. Not the first scout he trained, but the second scout. And he's going to try to free it with the villagers. Let's go. Lamo trying to free the scout. Perfect. Perfect. That's how they play Age of Empires. Don't leave your scout there. Free it. And T90 with the Man-at-Arms upgrade will see the tower and run away. They are fairly low on HP. I wonder if there's ever a world you would heal them in your TC, but that probably takes too long to be effective. Another Folvark up on the berries. That poor scout stuck in the wood line. Free the scout. Let's go for the house as the Men-at-Arms attack the Folvark, and they will turn around. Men-at-Arms attacking the Vils. Vils trying to punch them back. Ooh. TC hits the Men-at-Arms as they will go try to attack the house. And a couple of farms on the way. Scouts hoovering around in the back. And scouts hitting the Vil. Vil goes down to the scouts. And the Men-at-Arms will chase a villager. Do quite a bit of damage to her. She'll have to run around. Said path to it. Is that a thing in map scripting? Seems like production buildings could also use that on the unit spawn point. What do you mean? It was the new require path thing for map scripting, but I doubt that map scripting tool would be applicable directly to pathfinding. Right now, the buildings you try to ungarrison directly towards the gather point. They don't follow the shortest path distance. You could use multiple gather points with the shift queue now to try to fix that. But there we go, it's free. The scout is freed. T90 still mostly walled out. But there is an opening. The wall won't be finished. And now those Men-at-Arms will accompany the scout through. At least the farms are constructed, so the food is gathered. Oh no, T90, what are you doing? Don't run into the TC. Ooh, running into the TC. Loses 2 Men-at-Arms. That was painful. That was painful. Yeah, only straggler trees can be palisaded. Forest trees cannot. There are 2 types of trees in AoE 2. Either they can be palisaded or they can't be. And the forest trees, by default, can't be. You can do some very hacky things in map scripting if you want to change which trees are palisaded or not, involving dead fish traps, but let's not think about such horrors right now. I want to make a video about how I scripted Coast Arena, but I'm afraid that it's going to be a horror video for programmers. All the hacks I had to do. There's the Folvark being constructed, a few more farms around it. Men-at-Arms attacking the house. T90 should go full feudal scouts. I mean, wouldn't mind full feudal scouts, honestly. I do love full feudal scouts. It is my favorite way to play AoE 2. Archers for both. Hulls don't have camels or an immediate counter to light cav in the castle age. It does take a while for Schlachta privileges to get a castle in the upgrade. And Lamo forced to defend by the tower, so 38 to 38 Vil count. Res collected still 6,900 to 6,800. Very close. What is the best way to farm? Is pulls FWF, FW or F, or FWF, FFW? What? Let's build your farms around the Folvark. I think the second, because you don't double up farm bonuses with the Folvark. If you put two Folvarki right next to each other, you won't, like, double up the farm bonus. Separating the farms is better. So FW, FF, FW is better. You have more space to farm then. Does that answer the question? Yeah, 8 Folvarki around a single farm. Baskets knows. Baskets knows. That's why Baskets is 2K. Let me fix YouTube. Every time I stream on YouTube, it gives me this pop-up to place automated ads, and I have to dismiss it every time. I'm like, no, the stream is not monetized because I don't want the ads here. In the back, oh, nice pick off from the scouts, finding the archers. So Lamo clears T90's archers. T90's still trying to break through that house, but archers will fend him away. It did. It took me a while to figure out what you were trying to say, but I have the skill of having read Chris's book back in 2012 when I was first learning AoE 2. And he had ASCII diagrams for where to position your lumber camps. So that was my first experience figuring out how to turn letters into Age of Empires 2 gameplay. I'm well trained in the art. And another Vil picked by T90. Now he's open to a 4 Vil lead, breaking through that house. Pulling ahead a bit in res collected now. And the Jurchens, remember, they do have Fire Lancers too, so T90 could get up and do Fire Lancers. Wheelbarrow here for Lamo, and we'll have the Castle Age on the way for T90. Well, look at all these Folvarki we have. Wheelbarrow on the way too. Lamo's just having the time of his life, farming away out here. Folvark way outside the village. He's got to hope he can win the fight, though. If he loses this fight, then his farming eco gets wrecked by T90. But T90 getting back. He wants to get to the Castle Age. Wants to get up. We got 4 Vils on stone. Oh, the Arabian Wolf. Oh, this wolf. He's going to lose the fight against the Loomed Vil, but I love this wolf. My favorite predator in the game right now. He is so ridiculously handsome. My favorite graphics added. You're going to feel a bit spookier when Jurchen's Steppies show up. Well, I think maybe the plan for Lamo, he clicks up, he does a defensive castle out here by the Folvarki, and then he can go Schlachta privileges. And oh my gosh, T90's army, even underneath his own tower, those archers were devastated by those scouts from Lamo. They're looking at Lamo's base, but Lamo's looking at the corpses of T90's army. Meanwhile, T90's entire army dies, so yeah, good luck attacking those farms in time. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from the Castle Age is Lamo. It'll be, let's see, about 93 seconds slower to the Castle Age than T90 is. And he's doing a range, so he's going to go Jurchen CA. He's not going to go the faster attacking Jurchen Step Lancers. He will go faster attacking Jurchen Cav Archers. And if he gets enough Cav Archers, maybe he can mow down Pole Knights. In the Imperial Age, the Poles do miss the final armor upgrade. So they are pretty vulnerable to Cav Archers. Or high Pierce armor units in general. But not so in the Castle Age. The Castle Age, their Schlachta Privileged Knights are really good. Is this a Civ win? I don't know if it's a Civ win. I think the drush he did was fun. Does each Folvark take 10%? Nope. Only you get 10% for a farm if it's near a Folvark. Multiple Folvarki do not increase the bonus. And Crossbow's defending for Tristan. He picks off a couple of scouts. Of course, Lamo's archers to run away. Castle Age in for him. And there we have more Vils. We have padded archer armor on the way for T90. He's doing a university with crossbows. I thought he was going to go Cav Archers. He's going crossbows. got 13 crossbows. He'll look for ballistics. I don't like crossbows against Schlachta privileges as much as I do cav archers, though. You can't run away. As soon as you take one bad fight, it's over. Ballistics is there. There's the university, as we have light cav, crossbow, and bodkin for Lamo. Still doesn't quite have the stone for a castle, but that's also because he's adding in another TC. That TC will be on his main gold. You think Churchians have a big advantage? I don't know. I feel like if you're not at the super top level, the Poles almost auto-win once they get to Schlachta privileges. They get out so many knights. If you can maybe mini-boom 3 TC to Schlachta privileges, I think Lamo should win. T90 investing into the workshop, and I think T90 recognizing that and thinking he needs to apply pressure before that happens. Yeah, and Lamo is ahead on eco now, and still has that tower defending his gold, even if the crossbows can pick a vill or two there. Well, one little hair left. So squeaky. Aw. Someone's gonna install a no squeak mod after that. Churchians have the stronger units. Well, that's what production advantage does. He's keeping that one alive as a pet. And the bow saw now for T90. And okay, that's a lot of crossbows for T90. That palisade gate won't stop them. I'm ready to defend, still on stone. Ready for a castle. The question is, where does he place it? And could it be on T90's face? Castle on this hill, or like between that gold and this gold, could be great. Destroy the tower. Now fire, ooh, how do fire lancers do against Schlachta privileged knights? Jurchen ones attack faster, so maybe they're OP. Now, heavy plow, yeah, no heavy plow, but we do have chain barding armor. And T90 and Lamo doing a crossbow dance on these back hills. I think they're so vulnerable to Jurchen's faster attacking mounted units, unless very late game, I think Jurchens are better. Okay, okay. Yeah, so denying the farms does help deny the knight production. Lamo going to dance a bit the crossbows. Both players with ballistics. The light cav will join the fight, and this should be a cleanup for Lamo. T90 will get as many crossbows as he can. Process. And everything here will go down. And a castle will be up for Lamo. And more crossbows dying for T90. Oh no, they're walled in even. That tower will finish them off. Oh, and John Slow, thank you for the raid. We are watching T90 play on the ladder before maintenance starts. Thank you so much for the raid. And there'll be another castle to the back for T90. How many kills does that town? Unfortunately, that's a paywalled feature. We won't know. We can only speculate. You can write whatever number you want there. Maybe like 100, 200, 500. Winged Hussars kill everything that Jurchens make. Do they kill Iron Pagoda? I don't think they do. Imagine going from Arena to this. Oh, no. If only T90 played more Arena. If only the ladder had more Arena. It would make casting the ladder more fun. So crossbows come forward for T90. There's Bowsaw for Lamo. He needs Obuk, Arb, and Bombard Cannon. Oh, nice rocket cart shot, but not gonna kill the light cav. And T90's still sending crossbows forward to their death. 66 to 43 KD. Lamo pulling ahead. And now we just need to wait for Schlachta privileges to be clicked. As the spear comes over to poke the crossbows, light cav try to kill the remaining crossbows. House will come up for Lamo. And the light cav will kill these crossbows, force them back. Another palisade up there. As the crossbows are dying, but actually they're surviving enough that as the light cav trickle in, they won't be cleared. Crossbows in the back for Lamo, though, being a bit annoying for T90. However, Tristan does have an eco lead, up by 9 vills. Yeah, winged hussars do have an attack bonus against gunpowder, so that does help out against various Jurchen units. I'm not sure which ones are classified as gunpowder or not. We'll need to check them as they're produced. But that attack bonus is certainly good in this Civ matchup. Also, thank you everyone for watching. We have, between Twitch and YouTube, almost 800 viewers. So I'm glad y'all like watching T90 place farms on the ranked ladder. And those vills have to run off of that wood line as the crossbows still are back there raiding. And he's finally gone to Cav Archer, so there's the Cav Archer swap. There is Heavy Plow as the vills start to go down. Vills are run back to the town center. And they'll try to construct a lumber camp on the wood line. As Cav Archers run around, they'll find a vill building a house. Underrated counter to Fire Lancers would be Condottieri. Yeah, they do have attack bonus. They don't resist any damage, though, because it's not gunpowder damage. And nice raids. Those Cav Archers, even with ballistics, can't hit anything. Look at that vill dancing back to the TC. Came here for the T90 cast. This is the T90 cast. I hope he plays more games after this. I do enjoy casting him. So he's putting his farms down. Do you think he's using auto farm for this? Do you think he's using auto farm? Then TC over there for T90. And Cav Archer is pushing forward. Lamo deletes that farm so it's not sniped by the CA. And the CA will try to fight the light Cav. Jurchen CA fire faster. That is roughly... It is the same exact bonus as Mongol CA have. Only the Jurchens don't have thumb run. Oh, dance moves for Lamo on the skirm. T90, he still has a Vill lead, trying to make a comeback. He's taking a score lead. Scores swapping back and forth. And we still don't see Schlachter privileges yet from Lamo. Going full skirm defense. Skirms that at least have armor, but are struggling a bit against the numbers of Cav Archers. Cav Archers everywhere. T90 destroys an outpost like he's playing William Wallace and runs into the castle. And loses some Cav Archers. You're here for the Lamo cast. Nice. Another TC in the back there for T90. That'll be his 4th TC. Skirm is picking off Cav Archers as they have to run away. And Cav Archers come over to the farms. We'll have another castle up for Lamo. Cav Archers start to pick off Vills. No wheelbarrow. Oh yeah, no wheelbarrow for T90. So his Vills will be slow. He's also very exposed on that forward gold. If Lamo can never get a counterattack, he could have a massacre out there. 16 Vills. Slow rocket carts inching their way forward. Lamo also will overchop this wood line in a moment. As that monk, where's the monk going? He's just saying, hello, Cav Archers, please don't mind me. Oh, but they mind him. Down right away. So a second castle for Lamo as he's trying to add more farms. He'll have gold in the back. And there it is. There is Schlachter privileges. How many stables does he have? 3. That was a loud rocket cart I just heard somewhere. Oh, there we go. Got 1 skirm. Yeah, that sounded like someone, like, sneezed for a moment when I heard that rocket cart. That was a weird sound. It's that... Pew pew! Pew pew pew! That Star Wars... This sounds like a Star Wars sound effect. Every time I hear it, I just immediately think I'm playing Galactic Battlegrounds again. That's so loud compared to everything else. Gotta turn my headphones down. Yes, this is live. This is indeed very live. Like land speeders. Pew. Ooh, Vills take a rocket cart shot. Vills go down. Ooh. Pew, pew, pew. On the Vills. All going down. Lights. For the rocket cart. And now it is Schlachter privileges time. 85 Vills for the Poles, but they have Folvark farms and Schlachter privileges. So will this be enough production to overwhelm T90 in numbers now? Late Castle Age Night Spam, attack upgrade, Iron Casting still needed, and T90 clicks up to Imp as we have a pause. Chat, is T90 on the phone again. He says, sorry phone, sorry phone. What is this phone call? Chat, what is he on the phone about? Let's go check. Oh, very quick phone call. Sorry phone 14 gets right back into the game. Not gonna have a long call. I'm just gonna pick it up, be like, yo, stop calling me. I'm trying to play AoE 2. And Knights destroying 3 rocket carts. Lamo takes the score lead. That's Lamo calling T90 saying, yo, watch out. I got some Schlockter privileges Knights right now. And now some monks there for T90. He's up to Imp. Trying to wall off, but not going to be in time to stop the Night Flood. Knights are in. There's the Wallingville dead. One shot. And we'll have Chain Barding and Husbandry on the way. Trying to do his own Iron Pagodas, maybe? He does have 2 castles. And yeah, Iron Pagoda. Now, the Iron Pagoda is a melee Shravamshrider. It also has a magic shield, but the magic prevents melee attacks instead of ranged attacks. So you have to attack it several times before it becomes vulnerable. So it's like a video game boss. I have to get it vulnerable before you can do damage. And Schlockter Privileged Knights not walled out by that house. Well, time for the Eco KD to start climbing for Lamo. As more vills dying, the skirms on their way over. Schlockter Privileged Knights are everywhere. T90 will get, I'm sure, Bracer and Chemistry as soon as he's up. And maybe he wants upgrades for the Iron Pagodas. How effective will these things be? Monks want conversions for T90. These things will be very tanky against the Knights. And are they enough to clean the Knights? They're starting to go down. Now look at this fight. I'll grab another fight with HP bars. I just want to kind of see how they do. Okay, now let's see this. I think he's cleaning this. And he's up to Imp. And what upgrades will he do now? Will he focus on the Pagodas or the Cav Archers? Buying food. He might honestly just focus on Iron Pagoda production. The scores are very close, but he will clean everything in the back. And, well, even the Vil KD just about at 20 to 21. And he didn't lose all that much. Still trying to do more stone walls. That'll become a gate. Castle on that forward gold. The Night Flood stymied. And Imperial Age for Lamo. And I think that was his opportunity. And Oz Morgan, thank you for the follow. Hello D68. Yes, indeed. Casting T90. It's not magic, it's reticulated lamellaire armor. At least that's why they were so durable. That sounds like magic. Another fight from these tanky Iron Pagodas. They're not even going to lose HP. They're just going to have their mana bar drained. But the Shravamshriders, though, it definitely is magic. Because the arrow gets absorbed and disappears. It doesn't fall to the ground. It doesn't have its chance of missing and hitting another unit. It just disappears. Unless they, like, snatch them out of the sky. And the Knights will destroy the rocket cart. And Jace AoE, thank you for the follow. And we'll have plate parting armor here for T90. And he has a good hill, looking to besiege the castle.
Offset.
Do Obuki be Iron Pagodas? I have no idea what that interaction will be. That's interesting. So if the Obuk attacks, and it is absorbed by the armor, then does it still strip the melee armor? I would guess no. But that's certainly an interaction to look for. Now the Knights for Lamo, still getting into T90's eco. He's trying to wall, but he still has a couple of holes here and there. He's continuing with that forward castle, trying to wall the Vils in just to buy more time to finish the castle. Knights going to pull back. Cavalier, and Elite Obuk. Oh, I haven't seen Elite Obuk yet. Oh, those guys are crazy. Their color changes a lot. They have a golden hammer. Look at that. Look at that thing. They're ready to strip some armor. What do they do? They're a melee Schwarmschreider. They're just a really strong cav unit that absorbs melee attacks. Lambo thinking, oh, let's maybe run away, but T90's thought about that too. He has outposts. He sees the Cavaliers. He's ready for this. He's ready for this. There is fortified bastions. That'll mean his castles heal over time. And T90 looks like he wants to chase this. Doesn't want the Cavaliers running away freely. And that means his Trebs will be unguarded in case more Cavaliers come forward. They're so ridiculously much bigger than any hammer that any human could ever wield. Don't doubt the Obuk. Don't doubt the Obuk. And oh, Arabian Wolf going for the Vil. Go, Wolf. Go get the kill. Oh, the Vil wins. I always feel sad when the Vils win. Cavaliers raiding some villagers, doing some pillaging. And pagodas sniping Cavaliers. Obuk looks like the dwarves from the Hobbit books. Book? Yeah, I was gonna say, there's only one Hobbit book. There are several movies of very questionable quality. But only one book, thankfully. Only one book. More handsome than Elite Teutonic Knights. Well, let's be clear. The Castle Age versions are still the better versions for most units. The Elite ones are just trying to show off. Alright, Iron Pagodas versus Obuki and Cavaliers. Let's now see the fight. What is the patrol stack going to look like? T90 says nope. He doesn't know if he's going to win that or not. But he can fall back and he just loses the magic bar. He doesn't actually lose HP. Here's Blast Furnace for him. Well, he'd love to get to 200 population soon. For the most part, it looks like he's no longer being raided. One Cavalier in the north. Dwarves running through meadows and occasionally fighting movie. Don't they run through ice at the end on like a sled? And have some type of fight in the mine against the dragon. Castle going down to Trebs. Trebs also attacking the stables in the range. And some deleted walls as the Cavaliers make a push, and this is Lamo trying to take one big fight to clear the castles away from T90. There is the Elite Iron Pagoda in. This guy looks very fancy. And the Treb is going for the monastery to deny the relics. This will be a fight underneath the castle. The castle doesn't have Bracer. As the Cavaliers are closing around the Iron Pagodas, as soon as that magic gets drained, the Iron Pagodas will start to take more damage, and looks like they are going down. The Obuki stripping the melee armor that they have after the shield, which is pretty good. It is 5 melee armor, but it looks like Lamo is taking a good fight. The Obuk is the key, maybe. Will he protect the Trebs? He will lose one Treb, and by the looks of it, one Treb only. And this castle will go down. T90 losing some repair villas, and all of a sudden, Lamo taking the score lead. And the Iron Pagoda is not enough for T90. He doesn't have the eco behind this. The Poles, they don't need eco to spam Schlachter Privilege Cavaliers. He can ignore this castle and run into the eco. It's only one charge for them? Oh, okay, it's only one charge. I thought it was more, but maybe I'm wrong. Did the Elite get more, or is it still only one? I've never actually used the unit, so I don't know exactly how the mechanics work. I'll need to read the manual about that. Elite get 30-second reload instead of 40. Okay, so it's not like they get more charges like the Elite Schwarmschreider goes from 5 to 7. And now the Cavaliers are in the eco. He's still clearing them, though, but now they're everywhere in the eco. He's queuing more vills, as he should. Oh, he didn't have handcart for a while. Didn't have handcart. So he needs to make a comeback now. He needs to make a comeback. I think, what time do the games, or does the queue end? 5 minutes from now, I think? So this means T90 probably won't be able to queue again. Or there's the GG. Maybe he's calling GG just so he can go Q. And now realizing that he will lose the castle, and he won't have any more defense against the Cavaliers, we'll call the GG. Look at the corpses of those villagers on his farms. Even the farms that are well placed near the mills could not survive against the Cavaliers. GG. And congrats to Lamo. Nice win against T90. Higher eload player there. T90 still has to stay above 2k4 though. Queuing at the gym again. Let's go see if he queues again. If he queues again, I'll cast him again. And I'll try to cast at least one more game before the maintenance kicks in. Let me see if I can do a quick ad though. Let's get that out of the way. Oh, he is. He is playing again. He found a game against Moxie Morta. Wonderful. So let me just get the ads out of the way on Twitch so we don't have them during the game. We'll cast one more T90 game before the maintenance starts. So this will make up for a set that wasn't played. The other day, I casted 3 T90 games when one of the TTL sets was cancelled, and we'll be doing the same again today. And also, if you're on the Twitch stream, you're not following already, do go check out the YouTube. Because I finally have plans for YouTube video editing that are going to come up soon. We're also just shy of 30k subscribers there. We're at like 29,960. So this is T90. He is obviously paying very good attention at the gym. As you all know, he's at the gym when he's not playing. He's an account on YouTube. Excuses. He's against Speed. Who is Speed? That was another player. But you'll just call him Speed. As a GLHF. And I always gotta appreciate a good old GLHF. So he's Moxie Morta. I don't recognize that name, even though it does look somewhat familiar. He's 2269. Nice. Nice elo, 2269. And it'll be 2408. So this is T90's game to stay afloat above 2k4 elo. He loses this game and he drops down. Never GLHF, you only HF, you need to luck yourself? Well, you can spread the luck around, make everyone lucky. Like a rising tide lifting the boats. Right, so this will be T90 as the blue Hindustanis to the northwest and Speed as the yellow Burgundians to the southeast. Speed's gold is horrible. All 3 of his golds are horrible. What is 1, 2, 3 golds all forward? The stones are okay, but hard to wall them. Well, at the same time, T90's golds are forward too. Look at that. Everyone's gold is forward. You do like 1 castle here and you can treb all the golds on the map, even the extra golds. Triangle wall, easy though. If he does the triangle wall forward, he can do that. Maybe that leaves the barriers a bit exposed. He'll lure the boar in. 2 vills on wood. And it'll be Burgundians against Hindustanis. Burgundians do like that early boar and the early hunt, so they can have the faster speed to click that double bit axe upgrade early. That Ibex will be pushed in. And another Ibex for T90 being pushed in on the other side. We'll get to the TC. And double bit axe for speed. You hate the button. Just 200 soldiers, instant push of a button, easy. Last game wasn't a Civ win, this one is. I'd hate to have Burgundians here. You don't like Burgundians against Hindustanis? Well, I think Burgundian Eco still is something to be feared. But, yeah, maybe not the easiest Civ matchup against their camels. I mean, Burgundians, they must be going Cavaliers, so camels? Well, if it really is all that simple, then T90 should have an easy win.
Bonjour.
But, you know, Burgundians, they could go Monk, they could go Crossbow, they could go Pikeman. They have options. Militia get wrecked by hand cannoneers. Maybe it's just feudal age Flemish militia. Like, you don't worry about the late game, right? Remember KUTD? We saw 3 seconds of imp. Oh my gosh, is T90 getting another phone call? Paused by T90. It's paused by T90. And he says 14 right away. He didn't say that he had the phone.
Yes.
There we go. He's phoning a friend for help. He's using his lifelines. He's like, DauT, what do I do in this matchup? Viper, what do I do in this matchup? And then Viper will just sing a song for him. And then he'll know. He has his game plan all figured out now. Had an amazing 5 militia drush in the previous game. And in terms of walling, easy wall over here, and then could wall straight to the TC from here, or a bit more around the front, however he wanted to. Go in front of the gold, keep that safe. Should be a fairly wallable map for T90. Even wall in front of the stone if he wants to. Wouldn't that be nice if you could phone a friend while playing AoE 2? You should come up with ways to deal with the super long, like 90-minute games. Sometimes you need a break. You just take like a pause break so you could phone someone. Rest for a bit after maybe the 2.5-hour mark. Make a video of himself called Legend of Pause. Yeah. Do people... who in the chat still remembers DauT? Hey, are you all new AoE 2 viewers, or do you remember DauT? The pauses. That was the meme in the day. He would even pause against the AI. He would pause, he'd need to write sec in the chat. He'd communicate to the AI. Hi, I'm new. Wizard, you're new. You don't know DauT. He was the best Vietnamese player for a really long time. Played on Tyrant back in the days. On the Warlords team with Fire, Slam, and Riot. I mean, Back-T? Well, people say sometimes, some people said Backed, some people said Back-T. I remember watching him play AoE 1. He'd type the taunts in and listen to the taunts and then say them back to practice his English. It was really cute. You say GLHF? See, I don't actually type to the AI when I practice because it pauses the game and it's a different experience than multiplayer. On speed, thinking of laming the pigs will instead get his HP lamed by Tristan's TC. As the spear will pop out and chase the scout away. And be right back. I should do that as an Easter egg for my BRB message. Flemish militia poke T90 scout. And it will indeed be the militia. We've seen this a lot on those aggressive men-at-arms opening maps in TTL. Monocle especially. Flemish militia as the feudal age unit of choice from the Burgundians. They were the second most picked civ on Dune Springs after the Romans for the Red Bull ladder. Militia will poke the scouts away. Oh, hello, Marvino. How are you doing? Marvino was like my very first Twitch viewer. I remember back when I was streaming custom scenarios. I would have 2 viewers. One would be my stream open on my second monitor, and the other would be Marvino. Now these militia will find a spear who wants to poke them away. The spear does not want to engage in that fight. The spear would lose. It's pretty hard. Oh, Full Metal Zim, thank you for gifting a sub to Marvino.
Mongols! We are doomed for certain!
It was a Mongol scenario. I remember that was the original Tamerlane campaign. Way before the Tatars. That was from the early 2000s. You had the Mongols and lots of Mangudai in that campaign. I remember those days. So now the scouts attacking the palisade wall. Speed walled up. Looks almost like a Velesa base with all the small walls. Yeah, ranked ladder now disabled for server maintenance. You can no longer queue for matches, but the remaining matches have until 5 p.m. Eastern to finish, so they have 55 minutes. They'll repairing the palisade as the spear comes out for speed, looking to poke the scouts away. They'll flee from the wall. Tamer lame? Well, he was a sheep lamer. He was a lamer, IRL. And archers out here for T90 will chase the spear from speed away. And one of each building, the range and the stable for Tristan, but he hasn't done the blacksmith yet, so no fletching. And he's focusing on his farm eco. Doesn't have horse collar, but focusing on the farms, making sure he can use that cheaper villager discount to have a lot of food. And, well, someone said triangle wall. I at first thought you triangle wall the gold, but no, actually it's the triangle wall of the berries in the lumber camp. And new dad bod, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Archer is attacking the tiger. Tiger going to fall away from the spears. But the spears poking the scouts. A risky fight for T90. And he will run his archers back. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. As more farms are added with horse collar for speed. He only lamed sheep and not boars because I think that's indeed a tamer lame than stealing a boar would have been. Yeah, it was Attila who had to kill the iron boar. House up for T90. He's looking to be fully walled. And as I said, wall by the stone, wall across the front in front of the gold, and very simple, easy wall for him. He is not nearly as difficult to wall as Speed's base is. Speed will almost get the triangle wall up, use the gold. And Tristan wants to get in with the scouts. He's quick walled out though. Nice couple of houses at the last second. Well done, and the scouts don't get in. Sign up for what, the little toad? What are you signing up for? On our pub leagues sign up? I don't know what you mean. For the wood and bronze? For what? Oh, for TTL? You have to check T90's Discord for that. I'm not actually sure how that's working. Our base is, I think, organizing that. Yeah, that's my Discord, though. You want T90's Discord. That should be under his stream. That'd be a nice feature, though. If you see someone playing a game, you could just click their name and get their links for all their socials. And archers, ooh, nice fight for T90, clearing Speed's army. And that'll be a nice trail of corpses leading away around the wood line. As T90 clicks up to the castle age, he will be the first one up. Skirm on the wood line will chase the Vills away. Spear pokes the scout. There's a fact about Speed. That'll be a quick fact. Archers hit the skirms. Skirms have to dodge back and forth. And no click yet from Speed. Fallen farther behind Tristan in uptiming. The scout will die to the archer. Don't like that. I guess it got to the point where it was too close to the skirms that he couldn't run away. Oh, something dying over here. There's that spear going down. That 3D sound always gets me in Capture Age. Something dies off screen and I'm so surprised by it. Archers kill the skirm. Skirms also try to hit the scout. How much is the Vil discount for the Hindustanis? Minus 8, 13, 18, and 23%. So what is 13% of 50? I don't know. Oh, now it's more. It's 18% of 50. Well, 20% of 50 would be 10. So, 9? Hello, Exercept. Hello, Sadish. And Palisade Gate there. Oh, does the Palisade Gate not make noise when I click it? Oh, it's just very quiet. Same as the Palisade Wall. Scouts hitting the Palisade. Crossbows want to push in. 69 420 emote. Isn't that outdated? Don't all the kids, and by extension T90's chat, say 6-7 these days? Let's go T90. Well, he's got himself to a really good spot with that Castle Age timing. Res collected, though, isn't that far apart. But so far, 14 to 6 KD is a good opening. Elite Skirm not quite in time, as that house will be burned down. And Speed still has to deal with the fact that all of his golds are forward. Maybe he could somehow take a really good early fight with Elite Skirm, but I don't think Tristan will let that happen. He's going to pull the crossbows back. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. And adds a workshop, though. Workshop and a mangonel. Housed, though, so the mangonel will be slightly delayed. Doing a couple houses in the back, too. Why are we watching T90? One of the TTL sets I was going to cast was canceled, so to make up for it, we got 3 T90 ranked games we're casting instead. Also because server maintenance is going to start, so this will probably be our last game before the maintenance. And we'll cast the Gabby Monos set that was rescheduled for tomorrow. Mangonel, ooh, hits the archers. Hits the archers. Crossbows run forward. So DauT game, we casted the DauT set already. You did that as Rex. Oh, that was played at 7 AM for me though, so I did it as Rex. And TC killing the scouts. Scouts go down. Speed with some Town Watch, adding in the University. Wants ballistics. Can he get ballistics before the skirmishers meet the mangonels? It's 2 mangonels for T90, and this army is starting to feel trapped. If T90 can come around this way with the mangonels, maybe take a hill bonus. And, okay, where's the shot? Okay, he notices. Speed notices. He dodges. Scouts extra damage versus buildings is not enough against TCs. I don't know if you have enough scouts. You just gotta believe enough in the scouts. So that house goes down as the crossbows keep pushing forward. Mangonel chases after the crossbows. Hindustani should be way better here in late game. That's what everyone's saying. That's what everyone's saying. I've seen this matchup, but maybe I'm too used to it in the past, where there comes a point where it feels kind of even and then the Burgundians click the button and win. But that's probably not the case anymore with the redesigned button. And a workshop coming up for Speed. Let me just double check who's... Yeah, probably everyone goes offline soon from the AoE streams. There is ballistics on the way for Speed. And will the mangonel get a shot on the skirms? Oh, they flank into the mangonel. Nice. Anticipation from T90. Oh, no. Speed, no. Don't run into the shots like that. No, 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 no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe had something going if he could raid the wood line with the overchop, but does not dodge the mangonels. And one more shot on the skirms. He has stopped microing here as the skirms are killed because he's microing on the front. Trying to dodge another mangonel. Does get quite a few crossbow kills. And he's going to have to split successfully there. No Repairville for T90, so all the damage does add up on that Mangonel. And he'll split again. Okay, these splits are a bit more successful. And now he's got the dance moves. He's gotten warmed up. Oh, hello, Turs. Yeah, Turs, you're playing tomorrow, right? I want to cast that. About the AI programming. Cool. People tried to do that many years ago for the original game. There was a ML API people worked for, but hasn't. That kind of died when DE came out. I don't think anyone made any significant progress though. Lots of farms around the TC, but Speed showing his appreciation for T90 by leaving a gap. And now the Mangonels will come forward and chase the skirms. And Speed actually ahead in Villes, 76 to 70. His 3 TC boom did get started a bit faster, but T90 has a lot of Mangonels. He has 7 Mangonels. He's doing his best Huang impression this game. Play at 2K8, so still worse than Hera. Can't have it be too good. And Mangonel doesn't hit anything there. Repairville forward for T90. And with that hill, this will be devastating to the TC. He's thinking, let's destroy the Mangonel. He'll tank a shot on the hill. And everything's fine. He's uphill, so he survives. Where are these... What are these Mangonels doing? He's just scouting the corner with the Mangonels. He's decided, I'm going to loop around and take the other hill. You'll see a stable, though. Crossbows will need to defend there. And I think this TC will go down for Speed. He's down by about 1k res collected. These Mangonels far from crossbow support. But they will scare the knights away. No more garrisons in that TC, and that will leave these farms useless in the face of the Mangonel shots. A bit of a repair from one... Oh no, don't walk to the middle of the TC, villager. No, not like that. Don't repair like that. Oh, nice shot on the skirms. T90's just having fun with Mangonels now. What? He's gonna lose the crossbows. Wait a minute. Do these knights kill 5 Mangonels now? Okay, how effective are these knights? How effective are the knights? Is T90 going to lose everything? The TC didn't get destroyed. He is losing 5 Mangonels. He is, isn't he? Oh, well, there will be the 4th Mangonel down. Cavalier being researched for Speed, who does clear all 5 Mangonels, keeps the TC alive. T90 clicks up to Imp behind this, but that was not the outcome he wanted. He wanted that TC to be destroyed. Everything in shambles now. Is there a chance the big Cavalier push in the Castle Age could now disrupt T90 if he's spending all those res on Imp? And Speed's still on 94 vills. Maybe there's a shot. Down by 2k res, though. He lost a lot, had a lot of idle time in that fight. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, try to style, but end up throwing. He tried to Mangonel the Knights, and he took shots that didn't finish off the TC. That TC was down to, what, 20 hit points? And a Knight will hit the Mangonels. Monks go for conversions on the Cavaliers. He got distracted trying to get civs and forgot to finish the jobs. Maybe he just got distracted by another phone call. That was our excuse for the first game. So, Imp on the way, Scalebarding, Bloodlines, and Sanctity for him. The scores are still really close thanks to the res spent on that Imp click. But T90 should shoot ahead and score, I think, in a few moments. And I don't think he has enough openings for Speed to find a place to raid. Doesn't quite have the res yet for a Cavalier Flood. It's too popular getting called all the time. They had a lot of phone calls this set of games. It's good that there's a culture of people who at least pause and respect that. Don't simply unpause. Monk's hit by skirms. The monk goes down. Ooh, no, not finished. It doesn't get the conversion, dies. So this push continues, forging on the way. Speed has closed the KD gap. There we go, Imp. And chemistry there for T90. All the farms go up. And a couple of barracks now for Speed. And camel chemistry for T90.
See.
Does MBL have a Mangonel class? Oh. Okay, this time T90 picks off Mangonels, though, using his camels. And another castle on the side, securing a gold and a stone. Maybe it's time to raid. Yeah, Automod. Automod doesn't like that, Full Metal Zim. I would totally take an MVL Mangonel class. Imp camels are the goats, just kill everything. Imp camels are the new Lewis.
See.
Trying to fight the militia. The militia do have +5 against camel, +7 against cav. So the camels will take some bonus damage from them. Hindustani 1's now heavy camel, do attack faster, and T90 doesn't have the res for imp camel yet. And imp is on the way for speed. And so far hasn't really been raided. Lots of vulnerable areas though as the Gulams start to pump forward from the castle. MBL armor class is a Mangonel? MBL's an armor class. That's news to me. As the camels now pick off some skirms over on the side. Skirms go down. When you build a castle with Franks, you call it the Punisher because it's a Frank castle. Alright. That is very frank. Lewis, I guess Lewis is the GOAT. I've been hearing that more and more. Now T90. Raiding with the camels. Speed's eco over here, not even garrison. That's starting to fall apart. Oh, this is ugly. Where is Speed looking? Is he just watching his villagers die, knowing that it's over? He's a minute away from Imp. Do you think he tries to hit Imp before calling the GG? He might call GG 1 minute from now, as this is an absolute massacre. All of a sudden, T90's killed 25 vills this game, and more. Oh no. Speed finally garrisoned the TCs. Doesn't have enough garrison space. T90 will escape with the camels. He'll look for ballistics. We do need a revolution. Yeah, he was a bit slow to garrison there. Don't TCs counter camels? Let's see, I think you need to garrison the TCs though, right? If you don't garrison the TCs, they won't counter the camels. Is this content on T90? This is T90 playing games before maintenance and we needed something to cast. Continues getting a couple shots on the barracks.
See.
As the militia run away from the castle. And Ruleroni, thank you for the follow. That'll be Grand Trunk Road, Bracer, Conscription, Eco upgrades for T90. And Netis Ghost and Wings Aoi, thank you for the follows. Get your wings at Red Bull. And ooh, that monk being poked by the militia. And Paladin clicked against Shatagni Hand Cannoneers. And El Toro 11, thank you for apparently 2 follows. Hand Cannoneers versus Paladins. I honestly think I still like the Hand Cannoneers here. That's a lot of them. Too few Paladins. Only has 9 Paladins. It will be nice golden Paladins. That upgrade's still a long ways off. So he didn't call the GG as soon as Imp came in. He will go for a castle on the side. T90's mining camp should spot that castle. When does Hera play TTL tomorrow? I don't know if I'll cast all the platinum sets, but I might go live immediately after the platinum sets are over to cast the Rex of the other leagues that happen simultaneously. And then there will be some gold sets after platinum. So I might not cast all 6 sets tomorrow, but I'll try to cast all the non-platinum ones at a time that doesn't interfere. I think that's my plan for tomorrow. It's not exactly easy to get to. I mean, if you get to, like, Castilier Halb, that's one thing. Hey, oh, that is a fancy Imp Camel Rider. Is that new? Has it always been that fancy? That's a nice tech upgrade. And Shiitake Hand Cannoneers clearing the Cavaliers. Paladin just about in. The armor and attack upgrades still are needed, and of course Burgundian Paladins will not have bloodlines. Why has it been that fancy? Why is he trickle-trebbing? He's defending the Treb under his castle, so he thinks it's safe. Is he trebbing from anywhere else? He has the cannon there too. Now he has Imp Camels. Speed will call the GG. There we go. He's not going to hold out anymore, so his castle's going to go down. So GG for T90, getting a win there. Maintaining his 2k4 elo. And that'll be the server maintenance time now. So nicely done from him. Right from the feudal age, getting a lead, holding on to it. Other than losing 7 mangonels for like 3 nights, he did very well. So, thank you all very much for watching. Server maintenance is gonna happen soon. So, I'll raid someone. Frankly, that joke was as toasty as a baguette. What do we do when the servers are down? Well, I'm going to be doing some map scripting, because I have map scripting to do. I also need to go and eat something. We've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. So, thank you for the stream. Well, thank you all for watching. We got 700 viewers. This has been amazing. Y'all are lovely people. So, we'll raid someone. I'll end the stream on YouTube, and I'll raid someone on Twitch. And then I think we'll go... I'll get all the maps nicely polished before Platinum starts tomorrow. 7 mangonels on a hill, too. Alright, so I'll see you later, YouTube, and we'll raid someone on Twitch.